Hello, can we hear me? Can we see me? Okay, just give me a sec.
Yes.
Okay, so how do we get started? Hello everyone. Can we hear me? Can we confirm that we can hear me? So that we can get to it. We have a long afternoon to go.
Yes, sir.
Okay, interesting. And are we popped and ready for the exam? How ready are we for the exam? Let's do some quick rating before I get started. How ready are we for the exam? On a scale of 1 to 10, how ready are you for the exam? Most especially for the case study exam. How ready are you on a scale of 1 to 10? How do you feel about your confidence level? Ican class where you go and then the guy will just talk, and then the next thing that's all. For this particular session, before we even go into it, let me give a bit of an introduction about myself. My name is Kuduzadiwa Ali Balogun. Out there, I'm known as Iwelabi, right? I'm a chartered accountant myself. I qualified a couple of years down the line, November 2018. And aside from being a chartered accountant, I've worked across different roles and in different organizations and companies of different sizes in the last couple of years, say about a decade now. I've worked as an audit training, I've worked as a junior accountant, I've worked as a financial analyst, risk champion, I've worked as an account officer, I've worked as manager financial planning and reporting, senior finance manager, vice president of finance and admin, and most recently, I worked as head of finance before I decided to start Iwilabi Consulting. So right now, I'm the principal consultant at Iwilabi Consulting, and what do we do at Iwilabi Consulting? A CFO advisory and finance transformation services company. So basically, we offer CFO advisory services in terms of being finance function for several companies, from startups to scale up and establish. And equally, we transform finance processes, moving from manual ways of doing things to automated ways of doing things. And coming back to this case study exam, I've been lecturing case study for a couple of years now with Finance Business Partner in collaboration with Accounting Job Hub. We've been doing this for a couple of years now, and we've seen tremendous remarks in terms of the number of people that have taken or participate in our session and have cleared their papers. We've trained people of different age, including having people that are like in their 40s, people that are very young as well. And at first people are scared when we are starting the session, but after the session, trust me, you gain your level of confidence. And that is why I want us to quickly tell me, on a scale of 1 to 10, let's use the chat box and let's be very honest with ourselves. On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you about this particular paper? How confident are you about this particular paper? On a scale of 1 to 10, guys, let's use the chat box, and then if you can unmute your mic and say something. How confident are you about this paper? I'm not saying anything. 40%, 5/10, 4/10. Okay. I mean, less than 20% makes sense. 4%, 40%, 50%, 6, 35. Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Let's keep it coming. Yeah, that's one. On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you? Thank you very much, people, for letting me know this. I mean, this will help us to ensure that I tailored the session in such a way that before we leave this call, at least everybody on the call should be about 80% confidence about the exam. At least 80% before you leave this call. And for us to achieve that, there is only one thing I require from you: participation. So wherever you are currently, this is not a session that you are going to be in transit and be taking. This is not a session that you should be listening with your phone. This is not a session that, even if you are listening with your phone, this is not a session that you just plug in earpiece and your phone is in your pocket or something like that. This is a session where you are well seated like myself, like this, and you have your pen and paper very close to you. Or you're using your system to watch the session, and at the same time, you probably have a notepad for jottings, because this particular session is meant to be a revision for us, right? And I'll make it clear right before we get into it. This is not a session where we hand over solutions to you. We are not giving anybody solution. We are not promising anybody solution. But what are we promising? What are we going to give you? We are saying that we are going to give you the approach at which you are going to leverage and ensure that you pass the exam. We are not handing over solutions to you. And why are we not handing over solutions to you? Because we have not seen the unseen part of the questions. But what do we know that we can give you? We know how to write the exam and pass it. And that is why I deliberately, what I did before I attend this session, and I want us to pay attention to what I'm saying here. That is why I deliberately have not even downloaded the presim till we get to this class. I want to download it while we are in this class, and also show us, like, you do not plan your case study entirely with the presim. So if you see people that are already saying they have seen answers somewhere, they have gotten solutions somewhere, please be very careful, because before you know it, the unseen part, I mean, last diet, May 2024, we have had rumors of where people have gotten solutions here and there, and before you know it, what they were saying in the unseen part is far from what the precinct was showing in the first instance. No underlying solutions to our guys. Our guys were well prepared, because what they are focusing on is what we've taught them: the approach to writing the exam. Not some sort of solutions that you are going to have to cram. We are not handing over solutions to anybody. I repeat, what we want to do is to help you boost your confidence level in such a way that you are going to trust in the approach that we are giving you, to say, see, look here, I don't want to know anything they want to bring. I don't even care. Just do it this way, approach it this way, and you are guaranteed that you are going to pass. And I give you an example of my story around writing this professional exam. I wrote my Ican final exam. When I started my Ican exam, sometimes 2017, I wrote ATS 3. That was my first attempt at Ican. I cleared all my papers in one sitting, Then I wasn't working. I was at home. Then the next thing was I was working. Then I went for skills. I only had just 2 weeks leave from work. I cleared my 4 paper in skills. Then I went to final. I was going to write my 5 paper, because some of us are very, very sound, and academically we are sound and all of those things. And because I was targeting Ican price, I told myself, I said, you know what? Because I was targeting Ican price, I said, let me leave work, right? And not work and be taking classes and go and study 3 months. I took 3 months unpaid leave from work and said I want to go and study for my Ican exam. Unfortunately, one thing led to the other. During the course of my studies and then a couple of weeks to the exam, my bag was stolen. And the bag that was stolen contains my Ican packs, including my jottings for case study, AAA, and I think CR, And guess what? I was very confident that I know all of these things, right? And then the next thing was I wrote the exam. and then I made the mistake that many students used to make. Right. My first attempt at case study exam, I wrote like extensively. You know, I felt most especially I was good in ratio analysis. So I was just analyzing the ratios, 4 hours, analyzing the ratios, and then before you know it, and these are some of the mistakes that you are likely to see or that you are likely to face while writing the Ican professional exams case study. I kept on analyzing the ratios, and then before you know it, time was gone. There's no. I mean, I felt like I wrote a lot, but at the end of the day, when the result was out, I failed the exam, right? And then guess what? When I failed, it now made me to say I need to pay more attention to what this case study exam is all about, a lot more than the way I did in the first time. So what I did, I used SEMA. I'm sure some of us know SEMA. I used SEMA, and then I used SEMA case study templates to see what they are talking about. Then I went to Ican case study pack itself to go and read through as well. And that was when I realized that many students actually fall victim of not necessarily understanding how the case study exam works than they do when they get to the exam, or in such a way that they don't understand what the exam is all about. And then they get to the exam, they just want to write, instead of them to understand the concept of the exam. And when I use the SEMA case study template, I truly understood what they are. In fact, I also use ACCA. So I read through ACCA, SEMA, and then I made a little bit of research about the exam beyond what Ican would typically give me, And then I did not even bother to attend any tutorial. I mean, they will even say there is no tutorial for case study, right? Then the next thing was, I didn't have to write up to what I wrote in the first instance. What I only did was very simple. I mapped out my approach to writing the exam, and that helped me significantly. I passed the exam, and ever since then, after a while, I started teaching the case study exam. I have people that have written the exam more than once and a couple of times. And then when I train them, when I'm teaching them at first, which some of us will still probably disagree once we start the class, when I'm teaching them, the way I'm teaching, they probably feel like, let us go to solving the problem. Let us go to solving the problem. I'm saying, you are not solving any problem. This is not about solving problem, proving strength. This is about report writing. This is about thought process. And are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Yes, Benedict, do you have something to say? Okay. So I'm like, this is about thought process, and this is not about, flexing muscles and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, when I give it to them and they go and write the exam, they passed. They passed significantly. So much that people that have failed before are now people that are scoring 70 plus in their exams. And in fact, in one of these classes like this that we had somebody that scored 90 plus in the case study exam, right? By just attending this our session. Right. So moving on, so that we can go into it. I mean, this is going to be a long afternoon. I hope we are all ready for it. It's going to be a long afternoon. So please, let's be ready. Then I'm coming. Yeah. So I'll be sharing my screen shortly. But before I share my screen, thank you very much, people who have attempted it, saying the level of preparation. Yeah. So that's what we are going to be using. So those of us that have actually opted to mention our level of preparation, there's just one thing I would like to ask from everybody. I mean, you guys most especially. Please and please, let us pay attention and let us jot. I'm not saying let us write. Let us jot. Because here you don't need to write anything significant. You just want to pick away the key points that will make you pass. After all, when it comes to Ican exam, the most important thing is passing and qualifying, right? I mean, some people will get prize, obviously, but not everybody is going to get prize. But what separates the chartered accountant and guy that is not chartered is just basically passing the exam. So the focus right now is just to ensure that you grab as many information as you feel comfortable with, such that it helps you to pass your exam. Also, again, this is an interactive class. This class is only going to be like we are only going to enjoy this class when we participate. And I want us to already assume that we are already in the exam hall, right? So you're already in the exam hall, and then there is this guy, that calls himself Iwilabi, or that they call Iwilabi outside there, that is like a guide with you in the exam hall, that is telling you the answers, or that is telling you how to approach it. You know that the thing is that Iwilabi can only guide you. The guy will not tell you everything on how to write it. He's not the one that will carry your pen and be writing. But I want you to leverage this time that we have. Iwilabi is not going to be with you in the exam hall itself, but right now Iwilabi is with you, right? Since Iwilabi is with you right now, I want you to be able to use that leverage right now to say that, okay, since Iwilabi is with me, I want to write the exam. Normal. This is how I will have approached it. But with what Iwilabi has said, okay, this makes sense. So I will approach it this way. So that way that Iwilabi said that you put into the way you approach it, let it be there. However, since you already correct, just a little bit is what you correct. There is still some other things that is at the top of your mind on how to approach the exams too. Now you continue to fix it in and fit it. So as they are fixing them and they are fixing, and then you're like, okay, this one fits. The ones that are not fitting, that are contradicting what you already know, you have to voice out. You have to speak up to say, Iwilabi, this is not what I understand about this thing, so that we can trash it on this call. There is one thing I used to tell my students when we are having like tutorials and stuff like this. I used to tell them, when exam is just by the corner, it is not the time to be learning new things. When exam is by the corner, it is the time to be confirming that you know what you think you know. Again, exam being in the corner is not the time to be acquiring new information and just be going in circle. This is the time to be confirming that you know what you think you know. Because sometimes, due to the amount of information we have on our head, right, or we can see flying all over the places, we used to assume that we know something, of which we honestly do not know those things. Or maybe we just know them at the top level and nothing significant or substantial. So guys, this place, I want you to be able to speak up such a way that you are able to confirm that you know what you think you know. Because that is where your confidence lies. We are all humans. If you attempt something, and I mean that's going to be my next question. How many of us have written the Ican exam before now? This is not your first time of writing the Ican exam. You can raise your hand. This is not your first time of writing the Ican exam. Okay, Debbie, Angela, okay, Tolua. Okay, I mean for the case study itself, this is not your first time, yeah? Makes sense. Okay, let me listen to experiences. Because we are going to start looking at the present now. Debbie, do you want to tell me your first experience writing the case study exam? How was it? What did you observe?
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please confirm you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Okay. So I think the first time, this will be the third time I'll be writing it, actually.
Oh, this is the first time you are
So
writing.
this will be the third, and
The third time.
I hopefully pray it will be the last.
It will, by God's grace. Trust me. Let's hear you.
So amen. So this I was good with report writing like ordinarily. So let me use the word, I wasn't well prepared. Then the second time in my mind I felt I was good. Okay, I even attended scene analysis class and I felt I was good with it. But I think the unseen part threw me a bit of balance. Okay, time had gone. But I think when the results came out, the mark I had was than the first.
Mm, 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 mm.
So that's it.
I think I get it. Do you think you realize what is missing? What would you say is missing from your experiences so far? What would you say is missing? Can you hear me? Hello,
Yeah, I
can you
can
hear
hear
me?
you now.
From your
Hello, I can hear you now.
experiences so far, from your experiences so
Yeah.
far, what would you say is missing?
Okay. Truthful about it. The first time I wrote, I didn't really practice studies to, to probably practicalize. Then the second time, I was too caught up with other courses. Let me
Mm,
know, like, but at least this period I've practiced like 4 case studies. I've written a lot, and I think
mm.
I've improved a bit
Oh,
for the
nice,
first.
nice, nice. Okay, what if I tell you that you probably have not still realized what is still missing from what you have told me?
Eh? Yeah, probably.
Okay, that's why we are here
Probably.
anyway. That's why we are here anyway. Thank you very much for sharing. Olabalo, let's hear from you. How's the experiences so far? You're muted in case you're talking. Uh, Olabalo, are you there? Okay, if Olabalo is not there, Erin, do you want to say something? You are muted, Erin, in case you want to say something. Uh, okay, Erin is not saying anything. Okay, who else wants to share his or her experience? Let's hear.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please, Angela. Go ahead.
Mm, I wrote I wrote once last May
Okay.
2024, and
Okay.
I was like, I had confidence at the beginning in the whole. But when I look at the information provided, I had a problem of information overload. I didn't
Thank
know how
you.
to assimilate the whole information. So I tried, I spent too much time. In fact, I started well by writing my internal memo, try to write executive summary. But I realized that I couldn't write executive summary even without calculating my ratio. So I started calculating ratio, preparing the appendices. I spent too much time on the appendices. At the end of it all, they said 40 minutes to go. And that was where I had issue. Every other
Thank
thing
you.
I wanted to do, I was thrown on balance. I couldn't do any other thing.
Thank you
Thank
very
you very
much.
much.
Thank you very much for sharing. So, number one problem that you see with case study that many students will face information overload. There is just too much information, right? And I mean, the Ican case study exam has been designed to be like a real life. In fact, it has been designed after a real life scenario where there is just so much information flying all over the places. And then the problem that students will have, which you are still going to see all debates, is that there will be information overload where students will be saying, should we not use this one? You will have, do you mean that this one I shouldn't consider this one? Do you mean that this one is this one? I mean, I don't even know where to and that is one of the reasons why I said in here we are not going to be handing over a solution to you because you have not seen the unseen. And we are not going to be permulating the unseen to tell you what it is going to look like. You don't need that, to be honest. You do not need that. And we are going to tell you what you need. You don't need to permulate and combine the unseen for you to pass. Because some of us actually wrote the case study exam when there was neither pre-seen or unseen. It was just one paper. You get to the exam or they hand over your paper to you and you have to write and pass. And from observation, it's even seeming like people are failing more now that there is a pre-seen. Why? Because a number of people have probably depend more on the fact that with the pre they probably get solution flying around all over the places, information overload. And then when people now get to the exam or then they now see the unseen, that's when they will not become so lost, like, wow, hey, what should I do with this one now? What should I do with this one now? I will show you what to do with it, because that's why we are here. Number one, information overload. How do we deal with information overload? I'm going to show us here. Number two, you have not seen the unseen part of the case study. Now you are saying it. How do you go about it? I'm going to show us here, because even myself, I've not even seen the present, and we are here on this call. We want to address it together. Then you wonder, how are you going to address it effectively, even if our tutor has not seen the present? Tutor has not seen the present and the guy is in class. I'm telling you that the reason why I've not looked into the present is because I want you to have that feeling of how you should address it when you see the unseen, because that is the most important part of the case study exam, the unseen part, because that is where your requirement is going to be. So now you have seen the unseen, you've seen the requirement. What should now happen? You are lost. Why? Because you have based all your effort on analyzing the present when the unseen are not even yet out. So that's part of the things that we are going to be addressing. How to remain that confident when you see the case study exam, and how to approach it. I will tell us.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I'm just saying thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. So now, moving on here, I mean, thanks to everyone who have shared their experiences. It makes a lot of sense sharing your experiences, because to be honest with us, this is November 2024. FI 2024 case study. Let me open the case study itself up. Let me bring up the unseen or the present part of the case study. So when I bring up the present, we can also, have it close by, because we are going to be interacting a lot. Again, this session is not for you to just come and listen. This session is for you to be vibing. Vibe, jot, keep tab, work with me closely. And the reason why I'm saying you should work with me closely is because I want you to assume that you're already in the exam hall. That exam hall vibe, carry it on now, such that if I were to be in the exam, this is how I would have done it. But the way this guy had just said it makes sense. Now this is how I'm going to do it. Right? That is what I want. Because many times when it comes to learning, you learn better when you are being corrected than when you are just learning something afresh, for many people. Right? And that is what we are going to be doing here, such that I'll be asking for our opinions a lot. So my people, I'm really craving our indulgence to please, right, when I'm asking question, please let us attempt it. Please, when I'm asking question, let us attempt it. So yeah, this is the case study exam that we are doing. So, and here we have our blank space. This is the exam itself, and I'll be asking questions a lot. Again, please, people, if you really want to pass this exam and you really mean the exam, contribute. You have to contribute. It doesn't mean that if you don't contribute, you will not pass. But pay attention to some certain details, because these are not things that you typically hear every tutor mention, right? This is me just also acting like a fellow student. I'm here to just coordinate and help our thought process, because case study is more of a thought process thing than how much SFM you know, or how much SCA, CR or FR formulas or functions you know, right? Now, guys, walk me through. Anybody, I think Ola Bello, you could please lower your hand now, so that I can be calling people, and then anybody that wants to answer can raise hands. Now you are in the exam hall, right? You have collected your paper. The full case study exam has been handed over to you, both pre-seen and unseen. Now you have all the papers. How are you going to approach the exam? Who wants to tell me? Just walk me through your thought process. Like I said, case study. Thank you very much, Debbie, for the other time where you when you told us what you have done. Right? I picked some points there, and then the other madam Angela as well that spoke. Thank you very much for that as well. Let me also bring where we are going to be keeping notes. I'll be keeping some notes. So, okay, let me just use this one as the notes. Don't worry, let me just use this one as the notes. So, I'll be keeping some notes. So, who wants to walk us through? Oladipupo, tell us. You have received your Ican case study full exam question paper. Walk me through your thought process in not more than 3 minutes. How you are going to approach the exam. People, I want us to listen. Because take it as if you are already doing the exam. I mean, even those of us that are 10% prepared, still take it as if I'm to be in the exam hall right now without with this my level of preparation, what am I going to still do at 10%? When you tell me, I'll be able to guide you more to put this into this. Now, please go ahead, Oladipupo.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, sir.
You're
So,
welcome.
anything I want to say is my opinion, though. So,
Yes, please.
I believe case study is a structured exam.
Mhm.
It has a structure to be put in place. So,
Mhm.
once the structure is initially being addressed, it's addressed ab initio, then all part of the structure must be touched. All elements of the structure must be touched.
Do you know the structure? Do you have it close by? Do you want to tell us the structure?
Okay. Okay, I'm coming. So the structure is, so there needs to be a content, a table of content. That means you have a format, a guide. What guides you? So initially, I think the first thing there is the cover page.
Okay.
There must be a cover page. The table content, that's first. Second is cover page.
Oh, okay.
Then after cover page, you have the executive summary. After the executive summary, we have the introduction.
Mm-hmm.
So after the introduction, we have the body of the report, and the body of the report is broken down into several elements depending on the question, and depending on, since we already have our responsibility, what we are expected to do. So that should be a guide in creating the body, the headings. I'm coming. I think okay, it's written somewhere.
Now, but I still want you to tell me when you have been handed over your paper, what are you going to do? What do you want to do? Okay, first 1 hour or first 2 hours, what are you doing?
Okay, sir. First few minutes.
Okay.
I'll open my normal answer booklet, write the contents, cover page, leave a space for the cover page, leave some space for executive summary. Just put an heading to that. Put an ending to the introduction. So put an heading to the body of the reports. So then put a body to the recommendations and the conclusion. Then you have the appendix. Then before formally going into the reading proper.
So tell me, when you are done reading proper, what then happens?
So after reading, so that will guide me. I'll be able to, because there are some that they are just format based. There's a format in place for them. I'll quickly fix those ones because that will not take me time.
Okay.
Then I'll move to the appendix. So because if I want to deal with the main body of the report, after it is the information from the appendix that will move to that'll be a filler to the body, the main body of the report.
Okay. Thank you very much. So if I'm to attention, let's be tapping from everybody that is speaking, because at the end of the day, that is what I'm going to consolidate, and from what I'm going to be able to pick loopholes in what some people might have done, right? And if that is the way you're also thinking, you can withdraw from it and switch elsewhere. So a lot of people, Rashid, has said, see, look here, when I get to the exam hall and my paper is being handed over to me, number one thing I want to do is to create my shell. We call it shell. I'll create the shell for the report. So which means that I'll write the template. I'll build the template for the report, which is a shell. So I'll write the table of contents, I'll write my cover page, or I'll write my cover page first, my table of content, and then after my table of content, and then I'll now go ahead and start doing the, after the executive summary, introduction, I'll leave spaces here and there. Then when I do all of these things, when I'm done with all of these things, then I go and read. On reading, because the appendices are what are going to guide me into writing the report. I will start my appendices. Is that correct, Rashid? Did I capture everything that you said well?
No. I said there are some that, like the introduction, the executive summary, there's already a structure to them. I'll fill those ones first.
I missed those parts. So, yeah, thank you. So, you had also mentioned that when he's done building the shell, right, or the templates for the report, and the template is very simple. Cover letter, then my table of content. From my table of content pieces. When I'm done leaving spaces, then I will fill in those spaces that I know that are template based, because there is already template for how to write those ones. I will write those ones. When I'm done writing those ones, then I go and read the question again. When I'm done reading the question, then I go to appendices. Does that make sense now?
Yes, sir. It's
perfect. Thank you very much, Rashid. So if I'm to mark you, to be honest, on a scale of 1 to 10, you are still going to be somewhere 7, which means you are doing fairly fine. Because with this approach, you have taken off some burden away from you. But don't let me go. Don't let me say everything. Let me allow some other people to go ahead. Rukayat, please go ahead. Give it to me.
Good
Good afternoon.
Since the on-thing is already, so the first thing for me is to go over my pre-screen for the first time. So after going over my
your on-scene, for the first time, are you going over your pre-screen or on-scene now? Which one are you going over first? Pre-scene or on-scene? Is it my network?
I can hear you, sir.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
My
Rukayat, are you there? A network. But yeah, she meant on-scene.
Hello, sir.
Hello, yeah, you're going to go over your on-scene, yeah? Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes,
I can hear you.
Time. So the after going over my on-scene for the first time, I'll go over my requirements. Then I'll read the on-scene for the second time. So when I'm reading the on-scene for the second time, I will take note of those requirements and the points that I need to go over, the points that will be important for me to write on. The second time I'm reading my on-scene. So after reading the on-scene the second time, I will start with my answer. I will open my answer booklet. Start with my memos, email page first. Because this on-scene is actually like an external report. So I will reply back to my boss, Michael. So the next step is writing I'll write my title page the second time. The next step is writing my title page. So after writing my title page, I will read some pages like 14 page. I'll calculate my appendices. My appendices, my ratios, and the calculations that I need for the report. So after then, I will go over my introduction, and the body of the report for requirements 1. So after that, I will write my executive summary for requirements 1.
Okay. I think by the time you do all of these things, is this your first time of writing the case study exam?
Yes, sir.
Aha! I think it is obvious that it is the first time, because if you ask Debbie, sorry, Debbie what do you have to say about this approach? What do you think? Have you used this kind of approach before?
No, I haven't. I wasn't able to
Oh,
hear her
so
very well.
sorry.
I
So
think
sorry.
she was not
But
good.
yeah, Rukaya, this is your first time. I think it makes sense. But before you know it, you just wonder how 4 hours just went into thin air. Like, now it is 4 hours already. No, so yeah. And the reason why it is that you see all of these things that you are saying, each of them have different issues that you'll have faced with them, such that if you approach it this way, there are items you are not going to be able to touch some parts at all. There are chances that you're not going to be able to touch some parts at all. Because by the time you are done calculating your ratios, trust me, it's probably 1 hour gone or 2 hours gone. Right? Before you then want to come back and then start writing your intro and then start building on it. Well, thank you very much for this. If I'm to rate it, trust me, this will probably not score you more than a 4/10, because with this approach, the time loss, it is going to be too much, because each of these things that you are going into, it is time. Time. And that is why when I start, I will tell you the number one thing, what you should use your first 1 hour for, or your first 2 hours, what you should be using them for. I'm going to tell us. BB, Larry, Benga, please go ahead. Thank you very much, Ukayat, for attempting again. Benga, you have the floor. You are muted in case you are talking.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes.
So this will be my approach to the exam.
Is this your first time as that?
Yes, this is my first attempt.
Okay, go ahead.
So we have to read both the pre-seen and the unseen again. So we have to, scan them for the first attempt. So the second attempt at reading, you have to, take note of the exam requirement to know the tasks I'm expected to do. After that, I need to fix, I've watched your previous episode, so I need to fix the face from market area to write my cover page, the executive summaries, and the introduction. Now, after I pick writing the formatted areas, I need to read again. And while reading again, then I need to start my planning by using the last page of my booklet. That will be my planning area. So while reading again, then at the back of my mind, I already know what I want to do. So while reading, I'll be picking up my point. Maybe using the taking note of the paragraph, the pages where those pages are, and writing them at the back. At the last page, in order to build up what I'm going to do while writing the report proper.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you a lot. Now that we are in class, you can mute your mic now. Now that we are in class, we are going to put more life into it. Thank you very much. At least, from what you said, even though you said you have watched the previous videos, you still missed out some things. You still missed out some things, and now I will probably be putting some more light into it. So people, let's pay attention, because now I'll be telling us what we need to do, and then I'll be making references. When you first get your case study exam booklet or your question paper, see, there is a reason why examiner says that. See, look here. This is your case study exam. Within the case study textbook, I don't know if they wrote it here. They didn't write it here. But if you have ever read the case study material, the case study textbook itself, okay, let me see if I can see the case study textbook. I can't find it close by. But if I've ever read the case study material itself, they will tell you that the way they want you to approach the exam is to use 1 hour to plan, right? 2 hours for your analysis, and then 1 hour for your report. That is really. But many students will make a mistake, or many students makes mistake that Rukayat here is probably making, such that they go into the exam hall without an approach to writing the reports. Rashid here has scored 7/10 from my what I said, because even I don't know whether he has watched my video before or not, but I don't think he has. Or Rashid, have you watched any of my video before now?
Just the first one, sir.
Oh, you've watched it before. Oh, I see. But yeah, that's actually a very good attempt, right? And the reason why I said Rashid is 7/10 is because he already has a structure of how he's going to approach the exam at the back of his head. And you see, my people, because it is report writing, you need to go in with a structure and an approach. Otherwise, you are going to sweat. Angela said something, information overload. That is going to always happen. Because you want to write an exam. Imagine, even this one alone is how many pages? This is 16 pages. This one that we are scrolling is 16 pages. And the unseen is not yet added. By the time the unseen is added, how many pages are we going to be looking at? Information overload. And simply because there is already information overload, then what do you then need to do? You need to go with your mind prepared, with your own agenda, with your own plan. See, I don't care how much information that is available. This is what I want to do because I want to pass. I ignore all the noise and I focus on business. And how do you ignore the noise? How do you ignore the noise? You wear your own armor. You wear your own armor. You put your own shields all over the places. Either you are going to wear your own AirPod, or you are going to wear your own headset, or you are going to put glass and cover it all over your own head and then be going through, so that you can ignore the noise. And that headset, that armor, that is what we are going to be giving you in this class. And how do we do that? When you get your paper, number one thing you want to do, at least your first 1 hour, even if possible, for those of us that probably we are slow readers like myself, your first 1 hour, 30 minutes should be for what? Planning. Should be for what, my people? Planning. Your first 1 hour or 1 hour 30 minutes should be for what? Planning. You say, you are saying planning. What do you mean planning? How do I even plan? We are getting there. But before we go into planning, let's even understand the rules of the game before we go ahead and get on the field and say we want to play. Because many times people have written the case study exam and they are having to fail because of what? They don't understand the rules of the game. And it's just like almost every other game. Even though this is not a game, this is an exam. But still like almost any other adventure. If you don't know the rule, you are most likely bound to fail. If you don't know the rules, you are most likely bound to what? To fail. And that is why we are going to be touching on the rules before we start even to saying that we want to plan. And then touching on the rules. My people, the rules are always visible, but many people don't pay attention to it. The rules are always what? Visible, but many of us do not pay attention to it. Now, see, they've given us the expo here. They've told us, but many of us don't know. They've told us here. Who has ever read through this place before? You have sat yourself down and you read through this place. Rashid, please tell me.
No, I have.
What
That's the
prompted
reason.
you? What prompted you to go ahead and read that place?
It's my first time of writing the exam, so I have to look at everything.
Makes sense. That's actually a very good one. My people, you see this place, it is no joke. This thing that you are saying, this place, this is your key to passing the exam, or one of the keys to passing the exam, if it is not the main key. I mean, if there are five, or if there are 3 or 2 keys to passing the exam, this side is one of them. And they say, Wilabi, what do you mean this side is one of them? They are telling you, the examiners, the people, Ican itself is telling you assessment of the case study. This is how we want to mark the case study. The marks in the case study examination are awarded for professional skills and are approximately allocated as follow. They are saying this is how we want to mark it. You are saying, what do they mean? What do they mean? Okay. You jump into the exam or you start writing and you think that you are writing offside, you think that is a goal. And you write. At the end of the day, when results comes out, 7/100, you see what happened? My brother, you write off points and you did not follow the rules of the game. Maybe you were not aware of the rule before, or you were never told that the rules of the game are important. But now you are knowing that the rules, or now you are knowing that there are rules. And these are the rules. Rule number 1. And let me screenshot this guy for you people. Let me screenshot it for us so that we can always refer back to it. So my people, whatever we are doing in this session today, I want us to pay serious attention to. I'm coming. Where is this guy again? I think it is somewhere. Okay, this is it. This is it. Okay, I'm coming. Let me just close it. Then come and open. Let me reopen it. I'll open it now. So whatever we are doing today, my people, again, whatever we are doing today, we must ensure that we refer back to this. So I want you to pay very rapt attention to the fact that whatever Iwelabi is teaching you, you always have to ask Iwelabi, you said that the rule of the game is to know these things and be able to apply it. How are we applying it in what we are doing now? So I want us to pay rapt attention, because that is what this session is going to be treating, alongside with the most important thing to pass a case study exam, which is planning. I said, look here, as you are writing your case study exam, the examiners have said that 20% of your mark is going to assimilating and using information. Assimilating and using information. They say rows of the company has dropped, and then you are writing the report. You now said the rows of the company dropped by 5% from 30% in previous year to 25% in the current year. Full stop. Or you now say this can be attributed to increasing. This can be attributed to a fall in revenue during the period. Full stop. Your zero will be as big as this, because you have not used the information within the case study exam. Assimilating and using information means that, okay, I'm still going to do that example, but guys, my people, let's pay rapt attention. I want you people to be police and be tracking. In fact, let me appoint someone. Rashid, you said you have read this place before, yeah?
Yes, sir. Yes, I have.
So you'll be our auditor. Whatever we are doing here today, you want to ensure that you are taking note of how we are ensuring that we score our marks from this place. And how do I mean? Whatever I'm teaching, based on analysis of the precinct, you have to confirm, have we used the information? Do we understand the information? And how did we use it? So when you see that we are using it, you give us our 20%. Okay, and if
All
you
right,
see
sir.
that we are not using it, you are able to call us back and say, Iwelabi, it seems like we are going off point because we are not using the information. And what does this mean? Assimilating and using information simply means that whatever you are writing in the exam, please and please let it be related to the case study. And whatever you are writing in the exam, please and please relate and use information provided in the case study. And that is where information overload now comes from. There is so much information that people don't know what to use. So much information that people don't know what to use. Are you for real? Yes. And why is that? Because you do not truly understand what you need to use the information for. And that can only happen when you can assimilate the information. So 20% of the mark. The guy that says that, the rows dropped by 5% from 30% in the previous year to 20% in the current year due to the rising cost of living, which affected the manufacturing industry, or due to which affected the manufacturing industry, where based on the case study, you are reflecting it on the case study, which you are going to do here and everybody is going to see. Like I said, this is the first time I'm opening this case study present, and technically it means I don't even know what is inside, but I will still be able to teach and train and write the exam and pass. How? Because there is already a structure in my head, and one of the key structure is I already know that whatever I'm doing, I have to use information that is provided in the case study. So I already know. So when I go back to talking about my planning, you will see how I'm using information. They now say number 2, see, it's not just about writing. You need to structure problems and solutions. But how do I structure problems and solutions? They said that a new company wants to. They said the company you are helping to prepare the what's it called. They want to hire another company. They want to acquire another company, and you don't see that as a problem and a solution. If a new company wants to hire another company, what are the likely problems that you are likely going to see? Valuation issue, right? Cost of capital, right? Future cash inflow, and all of those things. You have to analyze the financial health of the company that they want to hire. So technically, you should be able to structure it and say, analysis of financial health of ABC. Technically, that is a problem that you have to provide solution under. To now say, okay, in analyzing ABC, we observe that the gross margin has consistently nosedived during the period from this place to this place. However, even at that, the company has maintained a strong cash flow position, which shows XYZ ABC. To continue to be the market leader, the company should consider diversifying into NYW. I hope I'm making sense, guys. Are we together?
Yes, we are together.
Yes, we are together.
See the way I'm structuring the problem, offering solutions inside. Because all these things, they don't say, is it that we are going to list out these things in our responses? No, all of them are to be integrated into your report writing. You have to integrate everything into your report writing. Let them see a professional. Let them see a storyteller. Because this is report writing. Away from your writing skills, right? Just do as if you are talking. So if you want to know how to write this kind of thing better, once you are in the exam, just turn everything to you are talking to somebody. You are telling a story about something, and see how you are going to be performing wonders. Before you tell a story to anybody and you want to tell factual stories, you get your facts right. Am I right? And when you get your facts right, you now want to say, see the way I'm bringing out the examples. ABC revenue has consistently nosedived. However, the company maintains a strong cash flow position. How did I know that? Because I have looked at the profit line or the revenue. I see that it is nosediving, it is dropping. And then I've looked at the cash flow. I see that the cash flow is still strong. And then I tell the story. I looked at the cash flow, I see the number. I look at the revenue, I see the number. And then I tell it as a story. And then I'll still put the next one. It has led us to the next one. Applying judgment. I've looked at the income statement. I saw that revenue is nosediving. Revenue is dropping. I look at the cash flow. I see that the cash flow position is still very strong because they have good working capital cycle. Then what is the next thing? The next thing is now to apply judgment. You are now going to judge. You are going to tell them, based on the fact that their cash flow position is still strong and their revenue is nosediving, what I will advise them to do now is to consider forward or backward integration, whichever one, based on the case study that you have. See now, you see, right on this spot, I'm already on 60%. And I say, okay, when you now apply that judgment that you should consider this, can you draw up a conclusions and make recommendations? My brother, we have already done the same too now. At least I've applied judgment. I've said that you should consider this. Okay, and I say, okay. I mean, conclusively, while ABC can consider forward integration, they should also, as much as possible, compare with industry, market, thought leadership, XYZ, or industry trends, right? And that is conclusion, and at the same time recommendation. What people don't know, people sometimes used to think conclusion and recommendation has to be written separately. No. Conclusion and recommendation can come together. As you are concluding, you are recommending. And this thing is not going to happen like when you are done. That's when they are expecting you to conclude that. They are saying that as you are writing your report, be using the information, be structuring the problems and solutions, be applying judgments, and be making conclusions and recommendations as you are writing the report. It is not until when you get to that framework or shell that you say conclusion at the end of the day and recommendation. It is not when you get there. It is right from when you are writing the report, because what they want to see is demonstrating integrative and multidisciplinary skills. And the only way you can do that is when you are able to apply all of these things right from when you are writing your report. My people, let's bring it home. For those of us that are working. How do you used to communicate at work? Okoyemi, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. So when you mentioned demonstrating integrative skills, are you referring to as we are checking the informations and we know what we want to make use of? Yes. In order to write our report? So we begin to write the way the informations are coming, we using them, then we continually move it and continually moving and using it to write whatsoever level, moving to the judgment, the recommendation again, returning back to the picking words again, picking problem, getting the solution, applying judgment, and also recommending again over and over again.
Exactly, that is what it means. Why do I say that is what it means? Because they will probably ask you to analyze, and when you are analyzing something, you are not just going to use one yardstick. Remember, let me ask you, my brother, when you want to write, when they say you should analyze a company's financial health, tell me, how do you go about it? Tell me the ratios you are going to calculate. Is it just one ratio that you calculate?
No, the profitability ratio, the liquidity ratio.
See what you are doing now. You are saying profitability ratio, liquidity ratio. Do you know that what now we have to happen is, as soon as you calculate profitability ratio, you have to talk about everything forward and backward. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Otherwise, you miss out points. You have to talk about everything. We are still going to get to ratio analysis. I mean, this is a long class, so we are still going to get to ratio analysis. But feel free to stop me at any time. This is an interactive class. I've said it severally. Raise your hand, stop me, ask questions. This is not a class that we say when we are done, you ask questions. No. Once you don't ask during the class, it's gone. As we are going about it, ask questions. Ask questions. And why am I saying ask questions? So that you can be confirming that you know what you think you know. And once you confirm that, okay, this is what I think I know, you mark it. That one is off it. You move on. Yes, Rashid.
Yes, sir. So my question is this: after you computed a single ratio, so you want to you after computing a ratio, let's say profit margin, for example. So you interpreted, so you are trying to you structured it around a problem and you profile a solution.
Yep.
So or you were able to apply judgment, but you're trying to relate it to a case. But
wow, you will be able to my brother.
A section of that case. I can relate it to. What do you do?
You said you cannot relate it to a case. Is that what you said?
No, you cannot relate it to any part of the case. Maybe because of information overload, you can't really pick a particular area of the case. Okay.
That is why we are here. We are going to teach you how to select the ratios you are going to calculate. Any ratio that is not related to the case should not be calculated in the first place. Any ratio that is not related to the case that you are not going to be able to comment effectively on, please, it is not to be calculated, no matter how much you know the ratio. Otherwise, you are just shooting yourself in the leg. And we are going to get to how to conclude on what ratios to calculate. We are going to get there. But thank you for that question. But here is the thing I can assure you. Any ratio that, based on what we are discussing, in this kind of big report is so that you can summarize some of the things that you have said up there before. Come and summarize them here in simple sentence. Do you get? Because at the end of the day, you know that each ratios that you are calculating, there are different financial statement items that led to each ratio. And each items, there are different stories that led to them. Imagine that they are talking about increasing inflation. You know that increasing inflation will affect direct costs for manufacturing people. So if it is affecting direct cost, you know that the ratio that will typically affect a direct cost is gross profit margin ratio. So when you are running that commentary about gross profit margin ratio, you know that you need to conclude within that area, because the financial health of that gross profit of that company is not worthy. The gross profit margin ratio in isolation cannot be used to conclude on the financial health of the company. So everything that you now do together, gross profit margin is like this. If it is like this, based on that, you comment, this is it. On gross profit margin ratio, this is what is happening there. After we observe this was because of this, based on the case study. When we observe this too, this was also because of this. Meanwhile, to resolve this problem, the gross profit margin ratio problem, the company should consider Director C opinion based on XYZ. Now that one is closed. But at the end of the day, by the time you are now coming to conclusion, you are now saying that in conclusion, now this is not conclusion again for the gross profit margin ratio, because you are done with that one. By the time you are now coming to that part of the conclusion of the last part, you are now saying that conclusively, we have checked at the gross profit margin ratio, I've checked at the net profit margin ratio, I've checked at the ROCE, I've checked at the ROE, I've checked at the liquidity ratio. When I looked at everything, even though the profitability ratio is saying this, the liquidity ratio is saying another thing. Meanwhile, the efficiency ratio is saying this. And based on all of these things, we can say this is where the company financial health is. Does that make sense? That's awesome.
Yes, it makes sense. Thank you.
Perfect. So moving on. I was saying that the demonstrating integrative and multidisciplinary skills, right? is now you being able to, as everything are happening, you are bringing them in, you are supporting them with the rights, you are connecting them, you are linking them, and that one is only possible when you also have the prior knowledge of how these things work. But guess what? Even if you don't have deep knowledge, do you know the connection between revenue and gross margin? Who can tell me what is the connection between revenue and gross margin? It's very simple. Oh. Revenue and gross margin, what is the connection between them? My people.
Cost.
It's not necessarily cost. I want you to say that revenue is what is used to get the gross margin. That is the connection. So that when you are now running commentary on gross profit margin ratio, you'll be able to know that you need to pick revenue and comment on revenue. And when you are commenting on revenue...
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, please.
So are you trying to say that, like, can you also say the higher the revenue, the higher the gross margin?
What if the cost is now high? What happens?
I'm trying to understand what you mean by is revenue that drives the gross margin.
Oh, I'm saying that what is the relationship between gross margin and revenue? I'm saying to get gross margin, you need revenue.
What's the relationship?
And the relationship is the fact that revenue is used to get gross margin.
Okay.
Do you get? Because when you want to calculate gross margin, you are going to say gross profit divided by your revenue.
Okay.
So when you are now running your commentary, the commentary will now go like this. If you want to run commentary for gross profit margin, you have to consider revenue. So your revenue will be part of what you are going to use to support your commentary. But when people don't know that gross margin, when they forget, not that they don't know, because they have even calculated it. So you are the one that calculated it. But when you want to run commentary, you don't know how to run commentary because you do not understand the relationship in the first instance. The relationship is that it is one that is used to get the other. So now, since they have a relationship, they are now going to say, if you want to talk about your gross profit margin ratio, two things matter: your revenue and your cost of sales. So you want to use both of them. You now go and seek for information within the case study that supports either of them. Why don't I say both of them? Information overload. You only need the one that speaks to the thing that you want to comment on. Both of us can make different comments and we are still going to be right. Is it possible or not? Emmanuel?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. You know that you said something about the higher the revenue, the higher the gross margin. Is that case possible or not? That case is possible. But you also know that it can also be another case where even though revenue is going high, cost of sales is higher.
Yes.
And now you know that it is affecting gross margin badly.
Yes.
So by the time I'm going to run my own commentary, I will focus on cost of sales. And by the time you are going to run your own commentary, you can focus on revenue.
Okay.
Depending on the scenario of what is happening. So if it is a favorable outcome that gross margin is doing well, you can relate it to revenue doing well. But if gross margin is not doing well, you now want to check, is it revenue that is being affected or cost of sales that is affecting it? So you now say, oh, if revenue is growing, is cost of sales growing at the same percentage as revenue?
Okay.
So if it is a no, then I will not even bother using revenue to comment. I will use cost of sales to comment based on what I can note in the case study that I've been given. Again, information overload is real, very real in the case study exam. And that is why the last part is saying that presenting appropriate appendices. This one, they say it's 10%. Demonstrating integrative and multidisciplinary skills is also 10%. You see all these two. In terms of presenting appropriate appendices, that one you don't even have issue. Almost everybody can do that one. Just go to the back of your answer book. Just go to where you want to do your appendices. Number it correctly. Appendix A or Appendix 1. Do everything you want to do under it. Let it be it. Appendix 2. Do everything you want to do under it. And that's it. And you are good. Now, let's now go to the real deal. They now said of the total marks available, even though they have told you they are going to do 20%, 20%, 20%, 20%, 10, 10. They now say of the total mark available, 20% will be assigned to the executive summary section of your response. And approximately 10% will be assigned for your proper consideration of ethical issues within your answer to the requirements. My people, some people will say, you will happy, but they didn't give us any ethical issues there now. How will I do it? Where should I list ethical issues as? I say, what are you talking about? The account that they give you, the last part, is it audited financial statement or not audited? He said it's a management account. What are you talking about? Is that not ethical issues enough for you? Instead of having audited account to work with, you have a management account. Can you not apply professional skepticism there to prove ethical points? Right? Can you? And ethical issues will not always be issues that are bad, depending on the situation of things. If they said the director did something correct, they did it right, it's also an ethical stuff that you can bring in. Now, are we going to have a separate heading for ethical issues? No, that's not what they are saying. They are saying that in your report, integrate ethical issues, consider it, and that is why they said here that, look here, approximately 10% will be assigned for your proper consideration of ethical issues within your answer to the requirements. They didn't say you should specify ethical issues out. They are saying that they are going to give you mark for you considering that ethical issues is where. You know, you will be. What if there is no ethical issues? We say go and read the case study again. Go and read the case study again, because this is real life. In real life, we all know the ethical issues that are happening in different organizations, right? Again, 20% will be assigned to the executive summary session. If 20% is going to be assigned to the executive summary session, now you have forgotten to write your executive summary. Have you not lost mark? Have you not lost mark? You have. Because you have spent so much time on the appendices. Now you spent so much time on ratio because you are ratio power, the power ratio. Now, you forgot executive summary. That is too bad. Moving on. Now, to the warning in the rules. They gave us some warning, and this is where many of us used to fail. They gave us some warning, and these are things that many of us overlook. They say that, hey, see, look here. Although ethical issues is not a specific requirement of this paper, shey you hear, as it has been tested in other subjects of the Ican professional exam, it should be tested within a requirement which may include any of the following areas. They are still giving you ways to know the ethical issues. Lack of professional independence or objectivity. They can say it can be a one-line sentence that the finance director has a relationship with the CEO or the internal auditor or the auditor. See, ethical issues. Conflict of interest among stakeholders. The director owns 30% of the major supplier. Ethical issues. Doubtful accounting or creative accounting practices. Because of the way things are going in this economy, the director has thought that for every income, they can be recognizing additional 10% to boost their income. Ethical issues. Unethical business or commercial practice. So they are stealing data from their competitors. Ethical issues. Inappropriate pressure to achieve a reported result. They have said that is either the sales director achieved the sales figure for the month or they sack the sales director. Ethical issues. You should know that this is where I'm going. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, sir. So, if I may ask,
go ahead and
considering the structure we've created, and there is no particular space for ethical issues, where will it be best to indicate such ethical issues when we identify them in our case study?
My brother, I've answered this one now. Somebody should help me out since I've answered it before. I've said it now. Who was there when I was saying it?
You said we should. Excuse me, sir. He
Go
said
ahead, please.
we should impute all this in any of our commentary. We can include
Thank you.
ethical issues or any of the observation, conclusion, and recommendation before we now move to another step, instead of waiting for when we finish writing all of them. We
Thank
should
you.
conclude every commentary we are making.
On any of your
Either
commentary.
recommendation and conclusion.
Thank you very much. So, Rashid, that's well answered there. So now let me give you an example of what he has said. For example, you notice that, okay, they have said that this business is doing valuation and they have put a forecast that is unreasonable there. You are going to run a commentary that says that, look here, based on historical financial statements, though the company projected this, but based on the historical financial statements, it is not looking likely. Meanwhile, if let's now say the company has said that based on their last financial statement, for example, they can achieve the figure, and that last financial statement is still unaudited. You say, meanwhile, the current financial statement is unaudited, which poses a matter of objectivity. I mean, that's you applying professional skepticism at the same time trying to bring out the ethical issues in the commentary, in the scenario. Or, for example, they say you should comment on the overall whether or not the other company should go for this particular stuff. And then the other company has said that they are doing well, but in somewhere within the case study, they will have told you that they stole data, or they hire an employee that helped them to steal data from their competitor. They will put it there. When you are now running your commentary, you will say, yes, they have a nice projection. However, this is being supported by a data that is being stolen by a prospective employee to the company, which poses an ethical issue. That is, if this is further discovered or seen by any clinic, it can expose them to what kind of risk? Can it expose them to? Legal risk. They can be sued. Those are ethical issues. Does that make sense? And remember, when you are doing ethics and risk and governance, all of them, they are together. Does that make sense, Rashid?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Moving on now to the place that many people might not consider serious. I'm coming. There is a place that they say you should note that marks are not awarded for simply restating facts. For simply restating facts, you will not get mark. So you now said because Iwilabia has said that we should use the comments, we should use the case study. You now go and take the case study. You are not doing copy and paste with the information. You are not going to get mark because your reposting or repasting or replastering is not going to award you any mark. Marks are awarded for demonstrating professional skills and technical depth. Therefore, to succeed, you are required to show sufficient evidence of knowledge of the case scenario. Be able to carry out appropriate analysis of the issues involved and suggest visible solutions to the problem identified. Demonstrate ability to make informed judgment on the basis of analysis carried out. They didn't stop at saying you should make judgment. They said on the basis of analysis carried out. Now you say that revenue dropped by 5%. You put full stop and you call that one ratio analysis. What kind of analysis is that? That is you just simply restating fact. The examiners know that now. Everybody knows that now. We can see it. That revenue has dropped. So what are you talking about here? Is that what you are hired for? When revenue dropped, what causes the drop? What affected the whole situation? What is the impact on our business? How can we get better? These are the things we want to be hearing from you. Not you telling us that revenue has dropped. We know now. So please, don't tell us that. Omission of any of the above will diminish your chance of success in the examination. They have put all of these things there, but many people do not read them. And some people read them, but they don't understand what they mean. Now, I hope we understand what these things means. Any question at this point before we move on? Because we are going to have to take a short break, and when I come back, we are ready at the case study. Any question before we move on, or before we go on a quick break and come back? Question. Okay, if there is no question for now, I'll take it as we are all okay. We are good. So what I would need us to do while I quickly take a break is I want some people to help me out. If you can, I'll be very glad. Calculate any ratios of your choice and help me have it somewhere. Calculate any ratio. So I want the ratio for 2022, 2021, 2020. Help me calculate ratios like gross profit margin. I think they have current ratios, they have inventory. Help me calculate liquidity ratio. Help me calculate efficiency ratio. Just help me do that down. And when I come, we get into it. Let me see if there is another ratio that we are going to need. Just let me do those ones for example's sake. And when I come back, we get into it. So thank you very much, guys. We'll be back by, this is 3:47. Who is on the call? Is it Sheung or Abubakar? How many minutes break do we have?
Yeah, I'm on the call.
So how many minutes are we taking, please? 15 minutes or 10?
We'll be back by 4 p.m.
4 p.m. Thank you very much. That is Travex Hotels Limited. And then we have been given a list of exhibits. One is about us, Dan Kabil, and our employer, Techno Consulting Services. Who are we? Dan Kabil. Who is our employer, Techno Consulting Services? Two, we have been given the Nigerian economy and the hospitality industry. The Nigerian economy and the hospitality industry. My people, you remember when I say something about this thing, what do I say we want to ensure that we do? Using of information. Using of information. Then they gave us business environment and challenges facing the hospitality industry. What comes to mind when you are reading this part? When they say they gave you this, what comes to mind, people?
Pestel analysis.
Thank you. Thank you. Pestel analysis. Environmental business analysis. That's what comes to mind. And it can definitely be pestel. But if you don't know pestel and you don't still want to stress yourself, what else can you use?
SWOT.
SWOT analysis.
Thank you very much. And this place will be speaking to what part of SWOT analysis now?
Opportunities and threats.
Thank you very much. I mean, you are very, very solid. Thank you very much, people. And that is what you see, the way we are connecting it. This is a guaranteed sure way to pass because we are already connecting it. Then the next thing, again, our auditor, that's Rashid. Don't forget, as we are going on, now that we are into the case study itself, remember, this is our yardstick.
Okay, sir.
Exactly. So now we want to analyze the present. That's where we are now. So if your friends that are supposed to be here are not yet here, please call them. Let them be here. Those people that needs to be here. Yes, Olashade. You raise your hand.
I didn't hear the question you were asking very well.
I was saying that if you are reading this thing, this exhibit 2, what comes to mind? What comes to mind? Reading the exhibit 3, what comes to mind?
Okay, exhibit what? 2.
Three.
What?
Exhibit
3, okay.
What comes to your mind? As soon as you are reading this one, that they gave you exhibit on business environment and challenges facing the hospitality industry. Thank you.
Okay. So it's SWOT analysis, like their strengths, their weakness. All right.
But this place will not be the entire SWOT. This place will be for the threats and opportunities, because this is the external part of things. right? Even the Nigerian economy and hospitality industry is also still external part of things.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Then we now go to the internal part of things. Go ahead, Rashid.
So, is it possible to use the two if time permits? I mean, pursue and opportunities and threats.
Let's fear God. Where is the time?
Let's thank God.
Where is the time? Hey, my brother, you are joking.
This guy is asking now. Why should pick what is very, very important?
Yeah,
Because
this is right. Okay,
yeah. 4 hours, man. Oh my God, it's got 14 minutes.
Yeah, please. This don't go and do that too. I know it's your first time. Don't go and attempt that too. You see that 4 hours that you think is very long. It's not too. Before you know it, it is just 10 minutes to stop. So please, you do not. Information overload is real. People that are saying information overload, Angela mentioned it the other time. It is no joke. I'm sure. In fact, by the time I'm done analyzing, by the time you are done analyzing, you will know that the information overload is real. So by the time you are using SWOT, you are using PESTEL, two that are meant to serve the same purpose. Two things are likely going to happen. You are going to be repeating the same thing. Or you even get lost along the line. So please, you don't need to use both. You only need to use one because it's environmental business analysis. You only need one environmental business analysis tool to pass your exam. Once you use one, and because it is an exam, we always advise the one that is like the simplest. The simplest is what you should use. The simplest is what you should use. But if you think you can flex your muscle very well and you are very good with your time management, which I'm going to obviously teach us how to go about, then it is fine. But SWOT saves you a lot of headache, most especially where you want to separate which one is economic factor, which one is legal factor, which one is environmental factor. Yes, go ahead, Rashid.
So, sir, I would like to ask this. So, given this exhibit 3,
yes,
does that, and we have to carry out a business analysis model, so does that imply that there will still be some elements in the unseen that will be related to this exhibit 3?
What are you
so
talking
in order
about?
to
Yes, now, look at you.
Okay.
That is the idea now, because these ones are just to give you like, in fact, I've last diet case study. Do we have anybody that wrote last diet here? You start for last diet. Hello, do we have anyone that wrote last diet? How did you see the present and the unseen part? Are they really related like that? Yeah, Kamaldin. Exactly. In fact, you see serious shocker. My people was telling me that the last diet, and thankfully we taught our guys not to wait for solutions. This is the approach. But people have gone ahead to reach solutions somewhere, and then by the time they see the unseen, it is way far from the present. Right? So it technically is saying that, look here, many things that you are still going to be expecting, just be expecting it from the unseen part. But are you going to be able to use so this was last diet I saw hands off and I was off hands off and guess what, even though we did not treat hands off in the present analysis class because we knew that we are not going to give you solution, many of our guys still reported that they passed. Even somebody was so afraid during the last diet session when we were having the present. She was so scared. She was one of the first set of people that reported that she passed. Because there is an approach to it. Whether it's hands off that you are going to later use to know, even if you don't know hands off, and there are still approach to it because it is case study. Because it is case study. Instead of calculating 5 years trend analysis, you can use 3 years and still make comments that, in your opinion, 3 years is what you deem fit for this kind of business, or 3 years is enough for the analysis you want to carry out. It will still score your mark because that is professional judgment that you have applied there. I hope you are following the gist. This is case study, and because it is case study, it has to do a lot with professional judgments. Go ahead, Okoyemi.
Okay, just like what you said now, does it mean that, for example, when we are preparing our appendices, we might not necessarily do the computation for, let me say, like, for example, the gross margin for years like 2020, 2021. We can just go ahead with the one of the current year, 2022.
You need to compare, like, because you need to compare. What I'm saying is, you shouldn't do, if they give you 5 years financial, because during our days, they used to give us 5 years historical financial data, and some people will do trend for all the 5 years, do gross margin for all the 5 years. No, you shouldn't do for 5 years. Do for 3 most relevant years for comparison purposes, for easy commentary. Does that make sense? So if they give you just 3 years, because of the way you want to comment, how are you doing for 5 years? Are you going to comment for 5 years? No. 3 years is enough to make comments, to say, oh, when we look at this year, though initially this year it was like this, however, when it goes to this year, it got this way. And the reason why it was like that was because this year that we are looking at, they introduced a new reform that helped the company's growth. You know, and that is you using the information, because when you go back to the data, the case study, you will see where they introduced the new reform there. And that is what we talk about, using information. So we are going to get there here as well. I want to quickly open something so that we can have it handy. Okay, so what is the case study? I'm going to still need the young people. Okay, we are going to need this one as well. We are going to need this one, but that's not what we want to use now. We're going to need this one, but not now. Okay, so here we are. Many of the things that I have on the on here has been shared with us before. So now they have given us the appendices. My people, when you get your unseen, there will still be more appendices. As you are getting the appendices, let your head be telling you what you want to do with them before you even go into them. Right? Then this one is for internal strength and weaknesses. Then this one is for the financial analysis. Then hospitality business, sustainability and innovation. What is this likely going to be? We don't know yet. So now the next question is that, and this is where some people used to forecast, to say this is what we want to do. So I've told my guys severally, my people, your first 1 hour is for planning. Again, your first 1 hour is for what? Planning. Now the question is, how should we plan? Kudus, you have been saying planning. Let's get to where you teach us how to plan. Okay, I said no problem. Welcome. I hope you have your writing material ready now. Though I'm still going to send all of these things, but you need to jot 1 or 2. Pay attention, jot. You don't need to write everything verbatim, but jot things that you feel like you find valuable. I said for your planning, right? When you first get your answer booklet, question paper like this, number one thing, even before you start going through all these things, go to the back of your answer booklet. Go to the back of your answer booklet. I said the back of your answer booklet. You will see that before the last page, last page that covers the last page like this, you can use that page. Use it for, we call it planning area. So you need to draw out your planning area. First 1 hour, you are not writing anything into your workbook. Unless if you want to adopt Rashid's way, depending on how fast you are when it comes to writing. First 1 hour, you probably don't need to write anything in your book. But if I'm going to adopt Rashid's way, which I'm still going to do anyway, but I want to first plan. And how do I mean I want to first plan? I say, okay, planning is that. Maybe let's even adopt Rashid's way to make it faster. If it is going to be faster. And we can all tell. Planning is that you've gotten your book, right? You've gone to the back of your answer booklet. You have a space where you call, which I'm going to develop here now. This is the, let's say this is the last part of my answer booklet. I call it planning area. Sorry about that. Good. I call it planning area. So now this is my planning area. Empty sheet. My planning area. Now say, Willabi, what are you doing with planning area? I'm saying, see, this is war. And I'm not going to war unprepared. I will not go and lost in the middle of the battle. Right? And in order not to be lost in the middle of the battle, I'm already calculating my step. When I kill this one, I quickly go and kill this one, I kill this one, I kill this one. And I ensure that I don't get slashed along the line. Right? So what do I then do? I wear my armor. I plan carefully my steps. This is the way I want to approach it. Right? It's more or less like you're playing chess. In chess game, people already have mental drawing of how they want to approach their game. They already have mental drawing of how to approach their game. When things go south, this is what I will do. When things go west, this is what I will do. And that is why, some people are very good at that game. Now, moving on. This one should come before this one. Now, moving on. When I have my planning area out, I already have my planning area at the back of my answer booklet. I can then decide to say, because there are some places that, okay, maybe because of the way this is, you have not seen the requirements. So I'll probably not advise you to quickly come and start writing the offer and not offer, cover letter and not cover letter. I say, why not let us read everything first reading, just to get ourselves familiarized with the thing. Because you have read the presim before, you probably don't need to read again. But if you have not, let's read everything together so that it can make sense to us. Then we say, okay, who are we? Yes, Okpayemi.
Sorry, I even want to ask if there's going to be if there's an idea of how the unseen is going to be like.
Yes, now we are going to. But you will not know. You won't know what the unseen is going to look like. But I have a case study, full exam case study for November 2021 that I think I can share, such that we are going to use it. We are going to use that in November 2021 because we need to analyze the unseen. We need to do sample analysis of the unseen. So we are going to use this one. We're probably going to use this one to do sample analysis of the unseen. These are some of the ways the unseen used to look like. Unseen. So we use this one later to do sample analysis of the unseen. So that will be later. We use you later. We use this one later to do sample analysis of the unseen. So this is this, 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 this is this. What are we using this for? Okay, this is it. What are we using you for? We are not using you. Okay, so let me come back here. So let's say I should zoom this in a bit. So got it. So I'll zoom this one in. So because we have not read through, so we'll say number one advice, let us read through again. If you have read through this one and you have digested it, you don't need to probably read through it again. Let's go to the unseen. Now, before I started, what did I say you people should do? What is the number one thing that I say we should do? My people, what is the number one thing I say? Planning. And then how do we start our planning? You can use the chat box. How do we start our planning? Who wants to tell me categorically? How do we start our planning? My people, this is exam day. How do we start our planning? Hey.
I think by first understanding exactly what you want to respond to, and that will be probably.
That's not what I said, though. I've told us how to start our planning, though.
Okay, we go to our answer booklet. The last part of our answer booklet.
Exactly. We create our planning area. Our planning area there first before you draw up the report format. Let's have our planning area, which is the last part of our answer booklet. The reason why I'm saying this is because we want to be methodical about this, about the approach that we are using. I get my question paper answer booklet. The next thing, I open to the back of my answer booklet. That is my planning area. I have it there. My planning area is seated like this. Then the next thing, I come back to my reading again. I come back to my reading, to the unseen. If I've not read the unseen before, preseen before, I can read both. If I've read the preseen severally, I don't need it again. I go to the unseen. So now, why? So it's more or less like you have a book. You have your question paper and answer booklet with you. So you have both of them like this. So your answer booklet is at your planning area. Then your question paper is at your unseen. For those of us that have read preseen severally, because we don't have time, so we cannot afford to waste time. So now we move on and say, now this is our own unseen, or since we have not read it before, I have not read it before. This preseen here, all you are saying here is that you are saying you are Dan Kabir, writing the professional level. You are employee as a training consultant and you report to Michael Chukuma, partner in charge of the hospitality group within the firm. Your responsibility include, so from this your responsibility is where you typically know the likely question from the unseen. But again, I will still not tell us this is the unseen. If anybody has the unseen, the May 2023 question, that Pathfinder, May 2023 Pathfinder, if you have it, drop it on the WhatsApp platform. I will download it. Probably we will use that one. We'll analyze that one again together. Once it is dropped, somebody can just message me here that it is dropped. So if you have it, please drop it. So now, from here, they will typically hint you on what you are capable of. They are saying preparing detailed financial analysis and reports on the performance of the firm's clients, of the firm's hospitality clients. See now, they are already telling you that, see, Kabir, we know that you know how to prepare financial view, what they are expecting from you to know how to do. So technically, by now, that's part of the things that they are expecting from you, right? That's part of the things they are expecting from you, to know how to, prepare what? The financial analysis and reports within the hospitality industry, right? Now, moving on, right? Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I just want to confirm. Hope the financials will not change in the exam. It will still be the same.
My brother, if they change it, they've changed it. Not here. I mean, I'm not the examiner. They can bring additional information that includes financials. And you don't need to be scared, even if they change it. Because that's not what you have crammed from this session. That's not what you are taking away from this session. We are saying whatever the financials they bring, we will know what we want to do. I don't care what they are bringing. So if they change it, they are welcome. Because Rashid.
No, sir. Although I've looked at the preseen, I also realized some things in the financials. So we have the area for non-controlling interest. So it's more like a group financial statement, kind of.
So what happened?
So what I'm saying is, because based on the question the guy asked, so maybe we don't know, anything can happen.
And if anything happens, we are here to solve it now. Anything should happen now. Welcome anything. You are not getting the gist of what I've been saying. Anything should happen. Anything is welcome, right? Whether it's a group, whether it's not group, no problem. Because we already know how we want to approach it. So if they like, they should bring group. If they like, they should bring sub. If they like, they should bring associates. It's not a problem. Because we have an approach. And this is why we are saying on this call, we are not going to hand over any solution to you. It is approach that we have to give you. So guys, for the next couple of 30 minutes, 1 hour, let's just be jotting our question. Let's not ask question again, unless I'm asking us, so that we can enjoy a smooth ride, because now this is real business. This is real business. Okay, so that we don't distort, the process as well. Let's just be jotting our business, our questions, or if you can drop it in the chat box and I'm able to pick it up, I'll pick it, depending on how I said. But I will be doing the question asking. If people are not able to ask questions for now again, let's get to the planning area so that we can get to work, please. Now, moving on here, we have set up our planning area, and from the case study, from who you are, they will have already been hinting you this is what you are capable of. So they are already letting us know that we are capable of financial analysis and report, analyzing clients' financial statement to identify error. I mean, this thing is becoming the same over and over again. They are probably becoming the same. But yeah, they are saying you can analyze clients' financial statements to identify areas of weaknesses and providing solutions to management. Assessing your client's operational and strategic business proposal with the view of business analysis. Assessing your client's financial and business forecast together with the assumption upon another financial forecast or financial analysis. Drafting reports for partner based on the operational and strategic business analysis you have carried out. This responsibility demands that you keep yourself abreast with development in the hospitality industry, both nationally and internationally, so that you can take up. Technical Consulting is a highly reputable consulting firm, employing over 1,000 employees. That's fine. Now, they have told us who we are. And from what they have told us, they have let us know that, look here, my brother, you are capable of a couple of things, including analyzing financial statements, including, carrying out business analysis, and including looking at financial forecast, analyzing it as well. So we move on and say, okay, if that is the way you want to set us up, no problem, set us up. Then you go ahead and continue reading. When you continue reading, the next thing is the Nigerian economy and the hospitality industry. This is more or less like an external, in fact, it is not more or less like, this is information relating to external business environment. External what? Business environment. So what are you looking out for there? Typically, what you are looking out for there is usually the threats and opportunities. So if you want to use Pestel, I'll probably not advise Pestel, because Pestel has a lot of factors that you need to consider. You have, and if you mistakenly categorize economic factor as, let's say, environmental factor, that's a problem. But in SWOT does not require you to separate them as much. SWOT just says, tell us the threats, tell us the weaknesses, regardless of whether they are economic, whether they are environmental, whether they are social. What is the threat? What are the threats? What are the weaknesses? Because under threats or under SWOT, right? The environmental analytical tool in SWOT is the opportunity and threat. Then the internal tool is the strength and weaknesses. Strength and weaknesses. The external is what? Opportunity and what? Threat. So that is what you want to be looking out for from this angle. Opportunity and threat. Are there any threats? Are there any opportunity? Are there any threats? As you are reading this piece, are there any threats? Are there any opportunities? Your first reading. This is our first reading. My people, see the way I'm going about the first reading, because this is our first reading. I go. So they are talking about the Nigerian being the biggest, but here they are talking about oil and gas. But I was expecting to say hospitality industry. I mean, information overload. This is not my business. Oil and gas is not my business. That is not what I want to see. So I continue moving. They are still talking about oil and gas. This is not my problem. They are still talking about oil and gas. This is not my problem. The rate of growth and development has been hindered by a number of issues, including poor implementation, the high cost of doing business, the poor state of essential insecurity challenges. I mean, all these places are still oil and gas. On the implementation of government policies on the recent, the CBN has imposed exchange control. SWOT, yes, you can do a SWOT to be part of your appendices, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. But you can do it. It will be part of your working area. But since it will be part of your working area, you can also take it to part of your appendices, because you can do a bullet point of your SWOT before your explanation. So it can be part of the appendices. So I think I'm a bit distracted with the question. But yeah, let's go ahead. On the implementation of government policies until recently, this is none of my business. This notwithstanding, one of the most daunting challenges for businesses entering the Nigerian market is limited foreign exchange. Now, this is kind of becoming my business because they are telling me about the general Nigerian business landscape. It is becoming my business. When they were talking about oil and gas, Angela, are you here? Is it Angela? Yeah, I think it was.
I'm here, sir.
Yes, please pay attention to the way I'm filtering the information to avoid information overload. See the way I'm filtering the information. This one doesn't concern me. This one doesn't concern me. I'm moving on. And then when I see something that is generic, that is trying to concern me a bit, I slow down. And this is the way I want everybody to approach it. Information overload is real, and I want us to avoid it as best as possible. And these are the ways to avoid it. You know that we are supposed to be talking about hospitality industry. For the first 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs, they are talking about oil and gas, and you are still jotting. You want to use it. What do you want to use it for? This notwithstanding, this one, why am I saying this one is a concern? Because somebody hinted me that they are talking about group of company. Another group can be in another country. So that's something that I need to take cognizance of. But I probably don't need to highlight or do anything yet. Then, despite the challenges, Nigeria presents with significant opportunity for locals, international entrepreneurs, development of digital ushering the massive. For instance, by leveraging data, businesses can gain valuable insights into their inventory. All these ones. See, my people, I can almost beat my chest. You see this exhibit 2? Just information. I'm not saying anything I want to use there. Exhibit 2, I can skip it. I can stop reading it the next time if I'm coming to do my second reading, because I'm not saying anything there. And why am I saying I can skip? Because I know what I'm looking for. And me, I'm able to say that right now because it may have been doing it severally. But I want us to be like that as well, such that we know what we can skip based on. This is the exam that we are expecting to do. Then they now come here, the hospitality industry. Now you are talking now. Which one are you talking about before? At the time, Nigeria had the fastest growing hospitality market in Africa with a projected 12% compound annual increase from 2019 to 2023, according to experts. In early 2020, however, COVID-19 pandemic spread globally and the tourism industry was one of the worst hits. This slowed down the growth in the hospitality industry. My people, if you see that revenue is dropping between 2020 and 2021 and 2022, what will you say? If you see that revenue is dropping, what will you say? Go ahead, Rashid.
COVID-19 has impacted.
Exactly. COVID-19 impact. Thank you very much, Uluwat Amore. Thank you. Thanks a lot. COVID-19 impact. So let's be moving gradually like that. Let's be following me like that. COVID-19 impact. Let's keep moving gradually like that. So now, next thing is that they've told us here that one of the worst hits was the tourism industry. So COVID-19 impact. This slowed down the growth in the tourism, a related industry, contributes about 10% of the GDP. This was expected to rise in 4 years with significant upward movement in summer. In Nigeria, the contribution of travel and tourism to our GDP is 5. However, in 2020, upward trajectory slowed down due to pandemic. They still keep repeating it. As the world countries continue to adapt to the changes brought by the pandemic, the hospitality industry is making a steady but slow return according to research, it has been projected as people think more carefully, they will travel, blah, blah, blah. Globally, there is a projection that the hospitality industry will make a remarkable turn. However, only the prepared can make a difference. And to do so requires an understanding of the uniquely changing needs of customers and clients. Nigeria needs to take a proactive approach in order to be at par with global best practice and not just with. According to Juliet, the COVID-19 pandemic will eventually fade, the economy will recover, and the hospitality sector restaurant research will get through the market and look forward to the confidence. However, However, now is the time for companies to adopt the new normal position themselves to you see all of these ones. Where these ones are going to be useful is when you see projection. When you see projections, and projections are looking they are looking too way far from reality. That's when you now impute this one. When you want to comment that the projection is looking out off point, you now bring in this comment there and say that even though according to Deloitte or according to Deloitte, yes, XYZ, even though according to Deloitte that the pandemic will fade eventually, also it is noted that companies that does this are what are going to eventually thrive. Which what's the name of this company that we are working on?
Travex.
Which Travex has not detailed in the management strategy. Travex has not detailed anything in the management strategy, so there is no hope that they are going to be at par with global best practices. I hope you are following the way I'm connecting it. I said because something is missing, and I'm telling you that because that thing is missing, it is a point for me. Okay, Oluwakunjunilo, go ahead.
Okay, sorry for bringing you back. Yeah, please can you confirm you can hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, so please can you like go up once you like show something? So the one that says according to the
This is it.
No. Okay. Yeah, as the world continues to adapt to change. Up. Okay. So these people, as people think about the way they travel, they will seek out to hotels and travel companies that do everything that can minimize the impact of the planet. I don't know, there's something that spoke about sustainability at the beginning of this scene. I don't know if that also has to do like sustainability and
This place, if this place has to do with
yes,
sustainability,
like hotel that has to be like that minimize their impact on the planet and all. Does it not like maybe
and
generate
this is still information. This is still
okay.
information. You can't tell whether or not you will need this one yet.
But you can't like be an advice to like maybe the company like maybe to increase like revenue and all. Maybe they should consider minimizing the impact on the planet.
How do you know that their impact is up in the first instance?
Okay, true. Okay.
So those are the. I mean, like I said, it has to be back and forth. As you are thinking of it going forward, you have to think of it backward a little bit and then balance it at the middle. You see, information overload is good, guys. And you remember I told you guys that by the time we start with the work itself, we will have a lot of back and forth. Where people will say, can't we use this one? Why can't we use this one? Information overload is trust me, this is not even the time for us to decide what to use and what not to use as much. But we can still be using it to, using eyes to capture some things. But have you seen me decide anything? No. Why haven't I decided? Because I've not seen anything substantial to any of the financial statements elements. I've not seen anything substantial to any of the financial statements elements or business analysis that I want to do. So this one is still out of if they now give something that relates to sustainability impact that has not been considered. And I look at people, we need to consider it. So see the way I'm thinking. Financial statements elements and business analysis tool or things that I need are what I'm looking out for. And as soon as I don't see them, I keep moving. So I've not seen anything so far. Nigeria is the most populous country in Africa. You have said this thing severally. With a growing middle class and rising international trade and investment, the hospitality industry is on a growth trajectory and has shown significant growth over the years, driven by factors such as Sydney. They are saying it has grown. However, COVID-19 pandemic put a temporary halt. Right? So if you see growth before now and now it is coming down, you should know that this particular point is talking to revenue. Initially, revenue was okay. Now, if revenue is dropping, you know why it is dropping. You just attribute it to business. And this is being using the information. But you will not come back and copy and paste everything here. You just want to use the information and move. The business environment of the hospitality industry in Nigeria is characterized, supported, or challenged by the following: tourism and business travel. Nigeria is a diverse country with many rich cultural heritages, natural attractions, and historical sites. This has led to the growth in domestic and international tourism, boosting demand for hotels. So you see, if hotel is going up, you see why it is going up. Additionally, Nigeria is an economic hub in West Africa, attracting so another thing. If revenue is growing, all of these things are paid by revenue. And if projections are making sense, economic factors, so economic factors, Nigeria economy is one of the largest in Africa. Crude oil and gas exports, telecommunication, economic growth has a direct impact on the demand for hospitality as it leads to see all these ones that they are saying. They are literally talking about pastel gradually. But must you use pastel? No. Now, infrastructure. Adequate infrastructure, including well-maintained roads, airports, communication network, are crucial for growth. Improve infrastructure make it easier. All these are still just story. These are story. Competition. The hospitality industry is competitive with both local and international major. All the stories there, you'll be surprised if you don't even need to use anything there. You'll be surprised. But I mean, we are going to know whether we're going to do something there or not soon. By the time I'm going to be showing us what I need to show us. Then technology and online booking. The growth in booking online platform has changed the way travelers search for hotels. Hotels need to have strong online presence and provide seamless booking. Cultural diversity, continuous change in consumer demands, competitions. I'm telling you, all of these things pay poor customer satisfaction as delight become expectations. With more technological advancement, the entry barriers are lowered and new competitors and disruptors are appearing on the scene. Satisfaction has been one of the major hotel sector challenges in the past and continues to be so. So when you see that, make any comment, any further comment in the thing that speaks to the company's customer satisfaction or customer service. You can use this one to corroborate it. So it can be corroborated in if the company is doing bad, you corroborate it that it is a common thing and the company is falling victim of it. It's a common thing. If the company is doing well, you put it as an advantage to the company. That, the company is doing well, and that means the company will be competitive. As many people in that industry, this is what it's known to be. What we are getting the balancing, there has to be some sort of balance. You go forward, you move backward a bit. You look forward, you look backward a bit. Shortage of trained and specialists. So all of these ones are to the they can be to the company's advantage, depending on what other further information they give you as part of the company. Moving on. Increasingly the effective development. Moving on. Excuse me. Private Hotel was established in Abuja, Nigeria, a five-star hotel in the year 2001 by a group of investors specialized in hospitality business. The management of the hotel was given MTS as private hotels have become the most patronized hotel in Abuja and Lagos for functions such as conferences. They are the most patronized. What does it tell you about them? They are the most patronized. What does it tell you?
Revenue.
Strength. Thank you. Strength. That is it. Thank you, guys. Strength. That is it. So when you are saying anything that is relating to forecast and you want to talk good, you want to say good, you want to make good commentary about why another person should invest in that business, you can relate it to it and say Travis has a strength in this way. By then we are analyzing their sorts. That's a strength. So this one is a strength. Where's my highlights? The hotel is a lodger's delight and has warm itself. The hotel also boasts of high patronage from both state and federal governments. exposure. This is exposure. Many professional bodies normally host things. Board is the Traverse board. So these are typically where you can look for what kind of issue can you look from here, from what I've said before now.
Ethical issues.
Thank you. This is where you can look for ethical issues. This is where you can look for ethical issues. Looking at the management and Travex board consists of 8 executive and non-executive director. The current board chairman, this person, this person, managing director, non-executive director, independent non-executive director, management committee of the hotel consists of Richard Roy, managing director, general manager, supply chain. Conclusion. Currently, the hotel is facing stiff competition from new entrants into the industry with high luxurious romance. Don't forget this. What do you think this one can cause?
Threat.
Threat. Thank you. In fact, you are doing well. So see the way we are analyzing it gradually. Threat. This can cause a threat, and this threat can affect revenue. Right? It can affect revenue. These competitors having penetrated the core customer base of Travex constitute a source of significant worry. In fact, they even said they have made their way into Travex. So that's a serious one. A serious threat. If the management environment does not retain the hotel's business model, the hotel may soon start to experience declining practices, which will lead to poor financial performance. I mean, this is like the most useful information so far. Then you move on. I mean, we are done. We are not done. We have done financial. So here, we can do our trend analysis. So when you are doing your trend analysis, you are not expected to do trend analysis for everything here. You are expected to pick important things. Do you know what trend analysis is? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Rashid, go ahead.
So I think it's the changes. It's the percentage change between the years.
Changes between the year. So which is that you look at 2020, 2021 minus 2020 divided by 2020. And you can see from the trend, what is happening to the revenue? It is growing. But look at the cost. The cost is also growing. But the cost seems to be growing faster than the revenue. Right? But they are growing. Gross profit is also growing. So the company financial health, right from this one, you can say it is good. Gross profit margin is growing. Other operating income is also growing. OPEX is, yes, famous. Osai, famous. Your hand is up. You want to say anything?
I noticed something about this. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Yes, I noticed something about the impairment loss figure. Does that have anything to say about the investment of Traverse Hotels?
Not necessarily. It is not material. That's why I skipped it. Does the location of the hotel constitute a strength? Not necessarily.
Okay, so I discovered that they made a loss in 2020, and we can link that to COVID-19 pandemic.
Exactly. But you cannot just link it. You will come and ask yourself, where did the loss come from? Where did the loss come from?
They had much operating expenses in 2020, even though the gross profit was very low.
Exactly. So
even the revenue was low.
Operating expenses and then the revenue too can set to be low, and you can tell why. COVID-19 pandemic. However, they picked up again in 2021. You know why I will not pick all this one that you are picking? Because they are not adverse. They are not speaking to any adverse stuff. These ones, the company is still doing well. Unless if you now come and calculate the net profit margin, Even at calculating the net profit margin, the company is still doing well. So I probably will not bother. Go ahead, Joseph.
So I have calculated the margin. So I discovered that in 2020 they have 60%. In
Don't worry,
2020,
don't let us discuss that now. We'll get to that ratio analysis soon. When you get to ratio analysis, I will allow you to, this is just we looking at the trend. When we get to ratio analysis proper, we'll knock ourselves out on that. So look at the PPE, look at the goodwill, remain the same, intangible assets, investment, current assets. So current assets is there is not so much changes here. There's nothing looking odd here, which is, the only thing that I probably see, that you can probably say here is cash flow, cash in bank. But there is nothing odd here. Since there is nothing odd here, even without me going further, I can tell you that the company is doing well one way or the other. There is also share premium, there is retained earnings, then there is non-controlling interest. So this is a parent. Equity attributable to owners of the company. This is so then non-controlling interest, then liabilities, borrowings, nothing has significantly changed. See people, see the way I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it and I don't need to press calculator before I tell that whether we need to be concerned or not. And that is what I want you to do. Don't waste too much time. Nothing deferred income, that's not material to anything you want to do. Contract liability, nothing has significantly changed. Deposit for shares, nothing has changed. Deferred income, I think deferred liability, deferred income, nothing has changed. Those ones are not really, your problem. Trade and other receivables, nothing has changed significantly. Current tax position, you probably don't need that. Contract liabilities, nothing has changed significantly. Borrowings, nothing has changed significantly. See, if nothing has changed significantly, you don't need to worry yourself because it means your job is easy. Your job is easy. Now, my people, let me tell you guys what you can be expecting. You shouldn't be surprised if the unseen is way far from this person. Don't be surprised. Because everything that is here, if they say you should analyze the company, you can make decision right on this call. Andrew, please go ahead. Hussein. Okay. You're muted in case you are talking.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I was going to say, does it mean that if the unseen comes out next week, does it mean that based on this financial statement they give us, that doesn't look so suspicious at all? Does it mean that, I'm just saying, does it mean we will most likely be comparing with industry average?
Oh, well, there are high chances. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. That's actually a good foresight. So there are high chances that you are going to be comparing with industry average if there is nothing wrong with their own in-house financials. Very good foresight. And now when you are comparing with industry average, it is now way easier because that's where you go about your ratio analysis. I will teach us how to go about that in a couple of minutes now. We are moving. I think we are progressing. We are almost done here. And trust me, by now you should have been building your confidence. But I know that some people's confidence is still shaky. It's fine because we have not done the actual analysis that we are meant to do here. So we are going to use May 2024 unseen to analyze how you should approach your unseen. So I've looked at the present, we've looked at the present together. We are saying that, see, this is everything that we are saying. We can make decision on So now let's go here. Hospitality business, sustainability and innovation. Now, this is where the new issue is. Research shows that two major drivers of competition and profitability in the hospitality hotel sector today are sustainable business practice and applicable of technology innovation in business processes. In fact, in today's global business environment, companies that fail to take sustainability initiatives seriously run risk of going out of business. Corporate behavior is shifting. Historically, the hotel sector has had negative impact on the environment, water and energy consumption, heavy use of materials. Okay. Therefore, many hotels have taken sustainability issues very seriously and are now going green. Also, hotels are developing strategies. So now the question is, how had this, how is Travex going about their own all of these things? So all these ones that they are telling us here, with development, hotels are using the following innovative strategy. So you can advise travelers to use any of these things. But all this information, trust me, they are still not as helpful as we need them to be. Okay? Yet, let me put yet, because by the time unseen comes in and it relates, it makes sense. Magnet key card facility, these key cards act as connector. Sorry, please. Let me see. Oh. This key card has connectors. Please give me a sec. So, as I was saying, all these ones, this is one of the convenient methods to save water because of regular inflow of guests. See, all of these ones are just advice that you can give the company based on the question that you are being asked to do. Implementation of 3 hours, reduce, recycle, reuse, one of the important ways to request. All of these things are just information. There's nothing here. So if anybody builds solution and give you a solution on this thing, my people, if you see any solution flying around on this case study, I can categorically beat my chest and tell you to close your eyes on it. A solution flying around, just close your eyes. I'm telling you, just close your eyes. Now, what should you open your eyes on? That is where we are going now. We have said that our planning area. So we have done the first reading. We have seen that nothing is looking suspicious. Nothing is looking like we need to kill ourselves. So why are we here? Why have we paid for this class? Say, this is why we have paid for this class. Now let's bring this guy here. This is May 2020. This is May what? 2020. This is May 2023. Was there no May 2024? Okay, May 2023 is not bad. Let's use May 2023. If I can see May 2024, I will appreciate better. But let's see the one that we use. Let's use the one that we see for now. So this is the case study. This was the present May 2023. See, they've told us it's almost the same thing. See, it's almost the same thing as to what they say we can do. Assessing finals is almost the same thing. So if anybody is already saying that the drafting report for your partner's perusal and approval before sending them to the client, drafting reports for the partner based on the operational and strategic business analysis you have carried out. So it's still the same thing. So if people are asking, is it external report or internal report? This is not internal memo. This is external report. So now let's look at this one, DCN. So this is present. They've given a lot of stuff on the present. DCN, they still gave a present. Now unseen. Now to the unseen part, I technically bring us to this one because we want to use it to solve our question. So people, please, let's pay attention to how I'm doing this. Let's pay attention to how I'm doing this. I've told us since morning our planning area, which is this. Now, what do we put in our planning area? That's what we want to do now. And usually our planning area is guided by what? Our unseen. Our planning area is done, but is guided by our unseen. So, next thing is, what is our unseen saying? See, case study, DCN. email from this to this, email from this, the proposed merger with Castle Cement, Castle Cement 3 years financial statement, post-merger operating assumptions. Now, this is where I'm going. This is what I was reporting to. See, reading and planning, 1 hour. They said, people that say you should use 1 hour to read and plan, you think they don't know what they are saying. They know what they are saying. And you also have to understand that they know what they are saying. Because this is report writing. Before you go into writing the comprehensive report, you need to plan. You need to plan. You need to plan. So we are going to be doing that in the next, we probably have 1 hour more. So we are going to be doing everything we need to do within the hour. So now, reading and planning, performing calculations and financial analysis, drafting your report. 2 hours. They have told you, see, 80%, 10%, 10%. They still repeated it for people that probably must have missed it before. Ensure that you address the 2 requirements in your report, as failure to address any requirement, including not submitting an executive summary, will affect your chance of success. In addition, as indicated above, all your 4 skills areas will be assessed under each of the 4 elements of your report. Each of the 4 elements of your report. Accordingly, not demonstrating your judgment or failing to include appropriate conclusion or recommendations in each of your reports will adversely affect your chances of. So they know what they are talking about. Now, so by the time you receive your unsent, this is typically where you will see the question. And now, people, let's pay attention. If you are watching another thing before now, please drop it. If you are busy before now, time to concentrate, because this is the real deal. Planning. Now you have gotten to the unseen. You have seen the email from Lagbaja to you. And the next thing is, I have just received a mail from Andrew Young, Dudley Cement Finance Direct, asking us to evaluate financial strength, profitability, and trend and management operational efficiency of Castle Limited, the company which Dudley is proposing. See now, see the one that they said they should do. Meanwhile, the financials that they were given before was that of, is it that of Dudley? They gave them financials of Dudley, but they are saying they should prepare financials on that of Castle or Castle Cement Limited. They should prepare the analysis on Castle Cement Limited. Is it the same? What's my guy's name? Oh? The guy that asked if they can change the financials.
Okay, I was wrong.
Yes,
sir.
You see that it's another financial that they gave them in the pre-scene. It's another financial that they are saying they should evaluate in the unseen. So if somebody has gone ahead and crammed all the ratios, the numbers, OYO. So if you have crammed all the numbers, you are just on your own. So now, the company which Dudley Cement is proposing to enter merger with, the company will also want us to comment on the benefits that could accrue from the merger. Now, see the way I'm doing. My people, I didn't write this diet. We never had to give anybody solution during May 2023 diet, right? And guess what? I think this was even the diet that we had somebody that had 90-something% in the case study exam. I think the guy scored 91 or so in the case study exam, right? And where am I going is this? Where I'm going is very simple. We didn't have to analyze this during that diet for them because we have not seen the unseen. So we didn't analyze this. Now that I'm seeing the unseen, we are going to analyze it for you. The way we use another unseen to analyze for them too. Now see the way we have analyzed it. We now said that, see, all this one are still stories. Now let's get to the real deal. I am attaching to this email exhibit 6 to 9 in respect of the above. They have told us the different things they want us to do, but the guy will still reiterate on it, and he's now saying, please draft for my review a report addressed to the board of Dudley Cement PLC, external report. See, they did not say a report for our use or for internal use. Dudley is the client, so external report. So for those asking, is it external or internal report? From here as well, we could almost, in fact, we can tell from here, based on what they say you need to do, drafting to partner, external reports. But you will also know when you are in the exam hall and you need to conclude, you will know from this end, because this is the way it typically comes. Right? Now they say evaluation of the financial strength, profitability trend, and management operational efficiency of Castel Cement Limited. Limiting your analysis to essential ratios that will consist of the board of the company to include on its merger proposal with Castel Cement Limited. My people, this is very interesting. Now, this is where work starts. This is where the work starts from. As soon as you read in your own case study that they say evaluation of financial strength, profitability trend, and management operational efficiency, what do you need to do? Okay, you come here, you say evaluation of, so let me make it lower. Evaluation of financial strength. Evaluation of financial strength. You can have it like this, such that you now say profitability trend. It can be evaluation of financial strength 1. It can be 1. Then, when you are evaluating financial strength of a business, what are the things that you need to evaluate the financial strength of a business? That's the question. But typically, financial strength relates to what, my people? Who wants to tell me? Financial strength relates to what?
I think sharing.
Not really.
Liquidity.
Liquidity. Thank you. So now you can say financial strength. Then you can now come down and say, what did they say you should do again? See the way I'm bringing out that one by one. Profitability trend. Profitability trend. Profitability trend. Then what? Operational efficiency. Efficiency. Operational efficiency. My people, now see what we are going to be doing now. And this is where it gets interesting. This is where is this guy? Back of your answer booklet. So you don't need to run around again. Nobody asked you to run around again. So you now go. You started calculating gearing. You started calculating market analysis or market ratio. Who sent you message? He said they have already given you the way to go. Why are you stressing yourself? So what do we then do? We come here. Right? This is second reading. Oh. This is second reading, my people. This is what? Second reading. You now come here, you say, what do we want to do? This is liquidity ratio. So what do we, let's do current ratio. So we can quickly come here again. I mean, from the first reading, you know that we'll have covered everything. We'll have a good insight of what is there. So we can quickly come here because we have not done this before. We can quickly come here and say, let us look the ratios. So they have cash and cash equivalents. Then they have what's he called? This is current cash and cash equivalents, trade inventories. So we can then say this is current assets. Then we can also calculate the quick ratio, current ratio and quick ratio. Quick ratio, or you call it as test ratio. So you have already decided that this is the two that you are going to calculate for this one. So I will not want to put it this way. I want to put it, yeah, let me just put it in front of it for sake of putting. I'll use comments to do other things. So now they say profitability trend. If they say profitability trend, what are they expecting you to calculate? You can come here.
Gross profit margin and the rest.
So you know that you need to do inventory. Again, you don't need to calculate 10 ratios to be fine. This is for the board. If you are calculating something to the board, why are you calculating 10 ratios? 8 is enough for you. Even 8 themselves, some people will still say, Oga, what are you doing? 2 per each of the ratios, I beg. But let's do 8. So profitability we can come here again to see, and again, like I said, now I think what's his name? Rashid Okoyemi, you are seeing what is informing. I think it was Rashid that asked Okoyemi, either of you. You people are seeing what is informing the ratio that we are calculating now. And guess what? You will have information for them because it is the examiner that has requested for it, or your boss has requested for it. So technically, they will have given you enough information to cover. And also, as you started reading, because when you are doing the first reading, your eyes will have been picking certain things. And this is the second reading that we are having to use the back of our answer booklet to keep track of some things. So you see, we are still doing reading. Oh, this is still reading. Oh, we have not started working. Oh, this is still reading. We are still reading. So we look here. We then look here. Say, oh, okay. We have gross profit. We have net profit. Something is wrong. Oh, see profitability. You see that I quickly said something is wrong. I've not even done calculation. I said something is wrong. Oh, yeah, something is wrong. I've not done calculation. See, I see something is wrong. So that's why I will calculate it. Even though this one is looking okay. This one, see now, something is wrong. I'll calculate it. So I'll decide to say we are going to do gross margin ratio. Then I'm going to do net margin ratio or net profit margin ratio. Then I can now ask myself, what other ratio can I do? What other ratio is popular?
Since there's going to be a merger, I think EPS and dividend yield might be relevant.
See now. See where you are taking yourself now. You are now taking yourself.
How about ROCE?
X ratio. Come again. What about what?
ROCE,
return on assets, ROCE, ROA, ROCE.
So ROCE is probably what you probably. And then somebody said EPS. Do they give us the EPS? Yes, they give us EPS. Since they give us EPS, basic and diluted earnings per share, we don't need to calculate it. We can just use it to comment. EPS, because there is a merger. So I will agree with you on that EPS. But we are not doing any calculation. We just need to use it to comment. To say their EPS has dropped. See now, EPS is dropped significantly. And you need to be able to know why it dropped. So was it that there are new shareholders during the period and stuff like that? Or is it because of that's where we are going to, because the total operating income actually dropped significantly. So that's what we are going to relate it to. And why did the total operating income dropped? We still scroll up. Who can tell me why did the total operating income drop significantly? We are all looking at it too, so it's not as if Iwilabi has read it before. Let's just all look at it together. Why is the total operating income? And this is you already in your exam hall. So everybody should be attempting this kind of thing, even if it's not everybody that is going to speak. Attempt and write your own down. When Iwilabi speak or when other person speak, you can say, okay, yes. Then when they speak and it is not in line with what you have written, you will know. You will be able to also, okay, I probably did not look it like this. So please let us attempt. Why is this dropped? Yes.
Because of
Let Angela go first. Let Angela go first. Angela, I can hear you. Because of what? I can't hear you.
Large cost of sales. Cost of sales is large or high.
Large cost of sales. Okay.
Or high cost of sales.
Okay, that's something. Who else wants to try? Somebody has spotted admin expense increasing.
In my own opinion,
go ahead.
The cost in general, I'm not talking about one part, the cost in general are going higher.
Is it cost in general that is going?
I'm going to point it out. Looking at the cost of sales is going up. Look at the finance cost is going higher. the selling and administrative, which are the operating costs in that regard, is good. I understand the fact that what's it called? If your revenue is growing, there's a tendency that your selling and distribution expenses is going to increase. But is it yielding what's it called a positive result for the company? Because from the cost of sales and the what's it called, the cost of sales in 2020 is quite lower to what's it called that of 2020. In the gross profit rather, sorry, the gross profit in 2020 is lower compared to that of what's it called 2019. However, the selling and distribution expenses, which should have been a factor that will have increased our revenue, is growing up.
Yes, now it will grow now. At least you also have revenue growth. But I agree with you on the general cost. That makes sense. But yeah, who else wants to say something? We need to drive the point home. See now, we need to drive the point home. Because this is where now you see that we are not able to pinpoint what is causing the problem exactly. But we are going to be able to pinpoint it now. The revenue in itself has largely stayed stagnant. Exactly. The revenue is not growing at the pace at which the costs are growing. But no problem. Opayemi, we will know why soon. Opayemi.
Yeah, I also discovered that they have more finance costs too, as it has grown from 2019 and 2020.
Okay.
In 2018, we had 156 million, but now in 2019, we are now having 725 million. Then, that means probably they have gotten more loans.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much, people. So at least from there, we can also decide to calculate our ROS. We can decide to calculate ROS. Why? Because we don't need to calculate EPS. We just need to run commentary on it. Then now, operational people. What are we doing right now? Who can tell me? Who remember? What are we currently doing?
We are planning.
Thank you. Remember, we have not started the work. We are still planning. And it is from the planning we are already deciding how we are going to do the work. So somebody like Angela that started the work and doesn't know where to go next. If you have already planned, you know where to go. And that is what helped me during my last attempt when I was writing the case study exam. When I already saw that I was spending more time in some way, I opened to the back of my answer booklet and I saw that, I've not touched this one too that I said I was going to do. I've not touched this one, I've not touched this one. I left those ones and then go to the other ones too and do something about them. How did I remember that there are other ones I need to do something about? Because I have planned. So if we use the approach of Rukaya to say that we want to read the unseen, go over the requirement, then draw the shell, then calculate the ratios. By the time you are done calculating ratios, you are already stressed out. Ratio that you are supposed to have stopped midway because of another thing, time is going. You have probably spent 2 hours trying to calculate the ratio. Because the process at which you are calculating ratio, you still want to figure, you want to be
Hello, guys. Okay, I just needed to be sure that it is his network. All right, thank you.
I'm back now. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Apologies for that. Okay. Moving on here. I think we stopped here at operational efficiency. So operational efficiency, how do we measure operational efficiency? Efficiency ratios. What are the efficiency ratios that we are going to calculate? We come back here to the case study. No, this is not it. This is not it as well. This is not it. This one. We come back here to this guy and say, what are the operational efficiency that we can see here that we can quickly look at based on the information that we have. We have other receivables. We have inventory. We have trade receivables. So what do? My people, what are you calculating?
You compute the operating cycle. Receivable days, payable days, and inventory days.
Inventory holding period. Inventory
Yo, guys, no, that's not how to decide it. That's not how to decide it. Receivable days, inventory days. Don't decide it that way. Don't decide it that way. to decide what to calculate, look for which one is looking odd or is not making sense. You first have to look what is looking odd or what is not making sense, because there is a lot you can calculate, but they said you should calculate the most important ones. So you let the information guide and direct you. There is a lot of information here and there, right? But what do you then do? You look at the receivable. I mean, look at the receivable now, people. Look at the receivable. Is this not odd? Hello?
Yes, it is.
And why is it odd? Because look at it. Revenue is not growing significantly, and then receivable is growing seriously this much. Revenue is not growing at the rate at which receivable is growing. So receivable days is 1. Let's look at our payables. Look at payables. Payables is very relatively okay. Payable is still relatively okay. Assets income. What's the efficiency ratio on assets?
Asset turnover.
What do you think the asset turnover is going to return based on what you are saying here? Who wants to give it a shot? It is not going to be returning well. And why is it not returning well? See, are you people not seeing what I'm saying? Are we together in this class?
Yes, sir.
Why do you think the asset is not going to be returning well?
Because they have money out that they've not collected.
No, that's not it. Look at it very well. What can you guys observe about the assets?
Okay,
the level of revenue.
No, let us allow Ade, please go ahead.
Okay, if you compare with the level of revenue, you can see the level of revenue is not growing like that.
It's not growing at the rate at which this thing is growing. Look at this guy, from 4 to 7 to 10. But look at the revenue. The revenue is not growing at that rate. The revenue is not growing at
up with the inventories that they still kind of it.
So that's the reason why we are going to calculate inventory days. If you are saying they still have more inventory in stock, we have not even decided to pick inventory, but now we are going to calculate inventory days. But you cannot tell outrightly by just looking at inventory and say they still have inventory in stock. The question is, why did they still have more inventory in stock? Benedict, do you know why?
No, not really.
Exactly. Now, to now know why, what do? We will now go into the case study. Guys, am I making sense?
Yes, sir.
So now, take a look at what we are going to be doing next. Now, we have already concluded. So, on ratio, there is no story again. We have concluded the ratios that we want to do. We've concluded. This is all the ratios that we want to do. Yes, God's time. God's time, Junior. You want to say something? Please unmute your mic and go ahead.
Can we say for the asset, the increase in asset is due to probably they are investing more on capital, that is more capital intensive projects, like since it's hospitality, so they may be involving themselves more in holding more assets, like
no, this one is not hospitality. Oh. This one is.
Sorry, I was relating it to the other one. Sorry.
No. But even if it is hospitality, why will you be investing more assets when you?
And that's what I'm just saying, because asset is just increasing while value of assets is just increasing as well.
So what we will need to do is to use it to calculate efficiency. So 1, 2, 3, 4 rows. This is 1, 2, 3. 3, we are calculating 3 here, we are calculating 2 here, we are calculating 4 here. That's also enough. That's enough. So here, from here, we have decided what you want to do. Now you can call this area to say you need to write a report. If I come back here, now we'll go back to this place. We'll go back to this place. We'll go back to this place. It said, limiting your analysis to essential ratios that will assist the board of the company to conclude on its merger proposal with Castel Cement Limited. You are also required to highlight the benefit that will likely accrue from the merger to the stakeholders of both companies. If the merger proposal is eventually successful, you will now come here and say benefits of merging with benefits of DCN PLC PLC merging with, what's the other guy's name? CCL. You leave it there. My people, can you guys see what I'm doing? This is another heading. So because assuming I'm using paper, I can write. In fact, let me not even use assuming I'm using paper. Let me try to do some other stuff. Insert text box, draw text box. So what I will do, I can bring all of this one. Assuming I'm using paper now, I'll do this one. I'll put this one here. I can do it this way. Then I can do the copy, paste the text box, put the other one here. Oh shit. So put the other one here. I can just put them side by side. So work has started. I hope you guys get what I'm trying to say. You guys get what I'm trying to do? Like, you can write some in this side, you can write some in this side, just to tell you that these are the headings that you need to fulfill. People, are we following me? Are we together? Hello?
We are together.
Thank you. Now we are together. So you are already creating the box for what you need to fulfill. So any other thing, any other information that doesn't help you to solve this box, just forget it. They are not useful. You now say you are also required to highlight the benefits that will likely accrue. So benefits of DCN merging. So you already have that heading. Now be seeing what I'll do, because we are almost done here. You are also required to, if the merger proposal, furthermore, with the aid of the simple calculations, suggest an appropriate share exchange ratio to guide Dudley board in their decision. Appropriate. So say appropriate what? I can take it. No, I'll copy it up to this place. See what I'm doing on people. Give me a sec, people. No, so I will copy this guy and then I'll paste it here. Why is the guy not pasting now? Copy. Okay, the guy has refused to copy. Appropriate share exchange ratio. So I'll do appropriate share exchange ratio. That's another heading. So I will move on. And why am I doing all of these things? Planning. So that when I'm now reading again, because you know that this is supposed to be like the second reading, and when it's the second reading, you will have noticed some things before. But let's call it our first reading. Now I will now go and read again. Right? After this one now, see appropriate share exchange ratio. These are part of what will form my main body of the report. I will now say, prepare a draft income statement forecast for 2022 of the combined entity. They are saying you should merge. So you know that you need to prepare a draft income statement forecast. Where is this one going to be? Where do you think this one is going to be? That draft income statement forecast that they say we should prepare, where do you think it's going to be? People are not saying anything.
In the second requirement.
Where in our report is it going to show?
Appendix. Is it the appendix?
The appendices, because we need to show it too. So it has to be in the appendices. Because you cannot put income statement report in your what's it called in your report. You cannot put income statement draft in your report. It has to show in the appendices. Taking into consideration the assumptions in Exhibit 9. If you go to Exhibit 9 now, you will notice that they've already given you assumptions. See, they've given you assumptions. Post-merger income statement. And how will you prepare the income statement? You don't even need to stress yourself to be thinking of what is not lost. You just come here, look at the income statement templates that they use here. Just use it to prepare your own too. It's not deep. It's not deep at all. Now let's come back and see what they ask us to do again. So you see that all of these ones, I'm already creating what they say I should do, such that there is no way I can get lost or get stuck at any point in time. I can never get stuck. And why am I not getting stuck? Because I already know. So if I'm working on one and I can't move on again, I leave it. I go and look at the other ones. Because I've spelled out all the requirements in the case study. Now look at it. You now say, yeah, you are to comment briefly on the forecast, whether it will meet the board strategic objective for the merger or not. So you now say another thing. So you know that this one will be on the. So you now say commentary on post-merger income statement forecast. Post-merger income statement forecast. So you know that you need to run commentary. You say, well, but why are you putting these ones here? I'm putting it there because by the time you go to the case study, you will see information that will support you, whether you prepare the income statement or not. Do we get the gist? You will see the information that will support you, whether you prepare the income statement or not. Because they will give other qualitative reasons why they want to merge. So those qualitative reasons, you bring them on board. You bring them on board because, I mean, you cannot lose out on preparing income statements you cannot lose out on preparing income statements and still lose out on the qualitative part of things that you can use to run your commentary and still be a sound and solid professional. So that's what we are saying here. Then the next thing, you have to comment briefly on whether the forecast will meet the objective. We have done that. So commentary on post-merger income statement forecast. This assignment is crucial to the strategic plan of Dudley, and the board will want us to give a comprehensive and careful attention, as any mistake will mean a serious setback for the company. I have informed that the company's board meeting, at which a final decision will be taken on the merger, is coming up. I would therefore like to discuss this assignment with keen observance to details and accuracy. I expect to receive your in 2 weeks' time, as this will enable. My people, you see this particular case study. No wonder somebody is able to get 90. How do you not get 90 or 80 here? Once you have spelled all of this thing out, you have spelled it out. What else do you need to do? In fact, this thing that is asking for benefit of merging, what do we think we can do with the benefit of merging? What can we use to analyze benefit of merging? Who wants to tell me? What are we going to use to analyze benefit of merging? Go ahead, Okoyemi. You are not talking. Okay, Rashid, go ahead.
So for merging, we can look at cost, how the integration of the cost as well as revenue.
Honorable, you have to use a business analytical tool. So what business analytical tool are you going to use?
Synergy.
Which synergy? Which one is synergy? Where did you learn that one from?
Valuation.
Which valuation are you doing? It's just SWOT that they say you people should do here now. Let's do a SWOT. It's important to merge. Because SWOT is the business analytical tool here that you can use. Very easy to use something. SWOT is like one size fits all for many of the things that you are going to be asked to do. So let's say we want to do SWOT to call out the benefit of merging, because there has to be some trends that will be proven. This is the likely. Can you hear me? Can we hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can now.
My network.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm asking. Please, anytime you cannot hear me, just call my attention. My network is misbehaving. Anytime you cannot hear me, please call my attention. Thank you. So now, with this one now, planning area, we are good. We are good. Now, when we are done with our planning area, you will be what's next? I say what next is let's come back and read the case study again. Now, we have to read the case study. Yes, now you have to read the case study. Now, reading the case study, we now come here. When we are now reading the case study, we have a direction of what we are looking out for. We want to see liquidity ratio, current and quick ratio. What is driving their cash position? We want to be watching out for it. Profitability trend. What is affecting their profitability? You want to be watching out for it. Operational efficiency. What is affecting their operations? You want to be watching out for it. I hope I'm making sense. So, email from Andrew, Dudley Cement. Our board has been meeting with to consider the growth strategy which the company should pursue in its strategic objective of being the best cement company in the country with brands and customer first choice. Our purpose is to constantly increase share value, especially increasing our earnings by 10%. At its July 2021 meeting, the board took a decision to initiate major talks with Castel Cement. As a prelude to this decision, our board would like you to carry out. So this is the one that you use to come up with your introduction and all your introduction and when you are introducing the scope of the assignment. These are what you are going to use. I mean, we already have a template that I've given down before now. The template has been shared. But yeah, let's move on. As a prelude, also based on the strategic intent, the board would like you to comment on the possible benefits. They are still repeating the same thing. Prepare a draft forecast of combined, assuming the merger is completed by January 1. Taking into consideration, you have to comment briefly on the forecast, whether it will meet the board's strategic objective. This is still the proposed merger. The board proposed the scheme of merger primarily to ensure that the company remains competitive. In addition, the directors of the objective of the merger. The objective of the merger is to create value for all stakeholders, particularly the shareholders, by deriving synergies and benefits, increase economics of scales, and enhance operative and administrative efficiency. The proposal, transfer and consideration. It is being proposed that all assets, liabilities, and undertakings of Castle Limited, including real estate properties and intellectual properties, be transferred to Dudley. The entire issue of shared capital cement comprising of 240 each cancelled and Castle Limited be dissolved without being wound up. In consideration for the transfer, all assets and liabilities and undertakings of Castle, it's proposed that all stakeholders will be allotted shares in Dudley. This is the one that they said the share that they want you to do. Benefits from the merger. Now see, they're already telling you some benefits from the merger. And all you just need to do is to pick some things here. It is believed that the proposed acquisition will provide a number of strategic opportunities and benefits to both companies, employees, and customers, as well as the proposed acquisition will therefore strongly reinforce Dudley's commitment to the growth and development of the cement industry. have positive impact on the Nigerian economy at every level, create more employment. So on a qualitative level, you already know that the merger will do this. So what do I do? Because I already know that the merger will do this. See what I'm going to do, people. I'm going to say I'll come to this place in terms of benefit of the merger. I'll say maybe another benefit. I will say I should check page 167. I'll write it down and move on. Page 167. I just note it down and move on. So that by the time I want to write my report, and you know that I need to go and check what is in page 167. Page 167, I move on. Information regarding Castel Limited. Castel Limited is engaged in the production, marketing, and selling of cement and related products. The company's brand include cement through 3 operational plants in Shagamu, and authorized share capital made up of the shareholders' funds as at valuation method. The company's advisor valuation methods in establishing the fair value. Then net book value. This is the valuation based on the historical market price, typically prices of securities traded, OTC trading prices. These ones are still for. Where does this one fit? Still looking at the appropriate share exchange ratio. That's what the down is still looking like. However, stock trading on the platform are not liquid. Any use. The company's share are valued using the transfer of assets and liability undertaken subject to this scheme being approved. Cancellation of shares. Then this is the exhibit 8. This is their own financials that we need to analyze. Then post-merger operating assumptions. The following post-merger assumptions, Dudley Cement will be able to increase the combined revenues of both companies 2020 by 10%. So technically, see, 10% revenue increase. So you should know that
my point is, it is just making sure that you are not picking something outside the case study entirely.
so there is a what did they say they want to judge us on? If they are forgotten.
Transformation.
Using information. This is it. So Olatubosun, the reason why we are doing that is because of this. They are going to judge us on this thing. Assimilating and using information. So we need to call out those informations that we need to use. Otherwise, and I mean, the next question is, how do you expect this to happen? Because you are going to prepare a financial statement forecast or draft, an income statement draft. And from the income statement draft, you are going to be able to see the revenue that is going to happen itself. And from there, you are able to make good references of those things. Do you get my... So other things will be shared, obviously. Dudley Cement in 2022 will be able to eliminate the following from the combined. So see now, they will be able to eliminate this. They'll be able to eliminate this. They'll be able to eliminate this cost. So all of these things are what we are expecting to be also part of the benefit of the merger. But I think they are done. So that means if they are done here, and we are not able to see more information, that means the present part of things are useful. And how do I mean? Let's now. Why am I going to say the present part of things are useful? I mean, we have not been able to write anything big deal. So I've not noted where we saw this one. So I will note this one. I will note the entire issue, the transfer and consideration, how they should go about it. Page what? 167. So I'll check page 167 later for this one. Right? Then the next thing is I continue. Because of the fact that, see, all my sheets are still empty. The ones that are not empty, this one is page what? This one is page what is this? Page exhibit 9. That's what I'm looking for. This is it. Page 172. Page 172. And 172. So I know that page 172 is where I need to come to be able to do these ones. Right? Then I move on. Because I've not been able to run my commentary on my ratios, I'm going to come back and read. The reason why it's like this again, people, is because we have not read through again before. If you have read through before, we are going to be able to pick things out. And that is why we are going to say, okay, let's scan through what they have given us before. This and corporate social responsibility, this and this and that, this and history. I mean, even what they have given us before is not as useful as it's supposed to be. My people, this one is a walk in the park. They have not given us anything useful. So what am I going to do? I will not say, since they didn't give us anything useful here as much, I'm not going to say, okay, let's even calculate the ratios. Let's run commentary. So what I will do is I will use the ratios that we have calculated for this particular one, for this our own precinct. That's the one we are going to use to run commentary. Because with this one now, we are basically done. We have analyzed everything that needs to be analyzed here. The only thing that is left is ratio. And they didn't really do anything SWOT here. But I will do an example of SWOT, picking for SWOT too, for us in our own, so that we can make a sense of it. Then because of time, it's almost 6. I know we took a break, and my network also went off. I'll probably be wrapping up on or before 6:30. So I'll be fast a bit now. So now, moving on for the ratio analysis part, right? When people want to do ratio commentary, what you see is this. So let's use our own to prepare the ratio. So who has helped me to prepare ratio for before now? For this our own November 2024 case study. Do we have any ratios prepared? Can you give me some of the ratios numbers? Which ratio do you want to give me first?
So gross profit margin.
Okay, hold on, give me a sec. So gross margin. Okay.
So 2020, 60%. 2021, 72. 2022, 69.
69%.
69, yeah, correct.
So it dropped in 2021 and 2022.
So it increased in 2021, then dropped in 2022.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Go ahead.
Okay. So I have I have profit margin. That's net profit margin.
Net profit margin.
So minus 36%.
Minus?
Yes.
What year is that?
2020, year after COVID.
Minus 26%.
Then we have 27% in 2021.
27%.
31% in 2022.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. I'm coming. Just give me a sec. Okay, that's fine. Okay, we'll just use those ones to run some commentaries. I'll run some commentaries for us now, and from there, who wants to give it a shot? Who wants to run commentary on this guy, on this gross margin first? If you had to run commentary on this gross margin, how will you go about it? Tell me. If you have to run commentary on this gross margin, how are you going about it? Let's give it a shot. So this is gross margin, 60%, 72%, 69%. And then this is the financials that you are using for the gross margin. So how are you running your commentary? Hello? Am I the only one here? My network again?
Sir, we can hear you.
Oh yeah, now let's run comment. Okay, because of time, don't let me even allow you to run commentary again. So because of time, I'll just go ahead. So running commentary is can be very tricky based on how solid you are. Some people will just run commentary and say that, you know what, Kudus, the gross margin, what is the trend between 60% and 72%? They said, what's the name of the company we are working with? Travex reported a gross margin of 60% in 2020 and 72% in 2021 and 69% in 2022. Full stop. This is what some people will do, and they'll still want mark. This is what some people will do, and they will still want mark. You can't get mark for this. To get mark for your ratio analysis, this is what we say you need to do. Look at this guy. KMB's reported a net profit margin of minus will. So we can literally say this is Travest, since they reported a negative margin. So we can say this is Travest. And then we say, let me bring it. We say this is Travex, for example. This is what people will do. This is wrong. Wrong. This is wrong. This is what is supposed to be at minimum. Travex reported a net profit margin of 26% in 2020. This indicates how many percent drop. You need to state it in the company's net profit margin when compared to XYZ profit margin reported, when compared to how many percent? 27% profit margin reported in 20 whatever. So in 20 no, okay, so because of the nature of this one, they are growing. So this is the way I'm going to report it. So look at the style at which I'm using to do the commentary. Commentary is this. Look here. Net profit margin of Traverse is what we want to comment on. Traverse reported the net profit margin of negative of 2020, 2021, 2022. We are not going to comment on 2020 just like that. We start from the most recent year. Traverse reported a net profit margin of 31% in 2022. This indicates so is it a growth or a drop? It's a growth. Am I right that it's a growth?
Yes, it's a growth. It's a growth.
So this indicates how many percent growth is it? A XXX percent growth in the company's net profit margin when compared to the 27% margin reported in 2021. So you will not change this thing to say why is there a growth? So we will now come here and look at it. Why is there a growth in the net profit margin? Because the revenue has increased, right? The revenue has increased. Now say this significant increase in Travex net profit margin can be attributed to the significant, not necessarily significant. What can we attribute this to? Who can tell me based on what we have seen on Travis?
Revenue.
Exactly. So we're attributing to the revenue. to the significant, you can say, instead of using significant, because you have calculated the trend for revenue, you can say to the 70% of 30% increase in revenue it's witnessed between 2021 and 2022. You can now put the revenue number of 2021 here. What's 2021 revenue number? That is 21 million. 21 M. Then 2022. 2022, how many million?
31.
31 million, thank you. 2022 is 31 million. Where's the guy again? Oh no. Did I change something? How am I doing it? Okay, this is where I'm doing it. 31 million. Then, let me take this one back then. 31 million. You now say, when you are done, so particularly you can now make it known if they give us a revenue breakdown, but this one they didn't give us a revenue breakdown, so we will not say this is the why it is that. But remember when we were talking about the loss for the net profit margin loss, that's when you can now say particularly this is what caused the loss. If you say it is a loss due to cost, particularly this cost, you have to specify the cost. But in this case, you can now close it here. But you can't still close it here, because when you are running your ratio commentary, you have to tell us what is the result that you got, what is the impact of the result, what caused the result, and what is your conclusion. So, I mean, this is here. In terms of your ratio commentary, which I'm still going to give us this side, I'm still going to give us all of this side. But in terms of your ratio commentary, you want to tell us ratio commentary. What is the result? That's the percentage. So, what is the result? This is calculated ratio result, percentage or number times. What is the result? What caused the result? What caused the result? This can be attributed to the items, line items used in calculating the ratio, and these line items should be attributed to the case study, to the scenario within the case study. So now we can say that net profit margin, what caused net profit margin to grow? Revenue. What caused revenue to grow? That is what Olatubosun, that is why we jotted these things. That is why we jotted what we jotted. What caused net profit margin to grow? Revenue. What caused revenue to grow? We now go to the story and say, from the story that we read, right? From the story that we read, right? We can say the hotel, we can say Travis Hotel is one of the most, exactly, increasing patronage by many professional bodies in Nigeria. And you can say, okay, revenue grew because of what? What caused the revenue to grow? You can say revenue grew because of the Traverse is the biggest, increasing patronage from professional bodies and from governments, federal governments and state governments. And that gives you a mark. That way, you are not only restating facts, you are using information that you have assimilated. I hope that makes sense, Olatubosun. You are using information. You are not restating facts. Guys, are we together? Makes sense. So now, we now say, okay, what cost it? We said what cost it. What is the impact? What is the impact? Right. I mean, you have seen the results. So you now tell them the meaning of the results. Is the meaning of the results. You have to tell them the meaning of the results. Which is that the company which is speaking to the company's financial position or else. If your net profit margin is increasing, it shows what? Improved profitability. This signifies in DCN's improved profitability over the years. It can also mean conclusion. Because what is the impact? What is the impact / conclusion? Then you can tell us. Do you have any recommendation? Any recommendation? Then you can look at recommendation. DCN is further. Okay. This is you commenting on the. This is you making comments on how the results of the ratio can be further improved on or maintained. Am I making sense? Hello? I hope it is not getting too technical.
Yes. Yes, we are with you, sir.
I hope it is not getting too technical.
Yes, sir.
People are silent too. I hope it is not getting too technical.
I understand.
This significant increase in Travex though, I mean, this was the former one, so let me use this one for you. Even it is observed that the company's revenue grew by 30% during the period under review, the company's personnel and other operating expenses simultaneously grew by XX and XS respectively, which resulted in the bad net profit margin reported in 2020. This on its own is a conclusion. If this significant loss persists, it may indicate a going concern problem for KMB. This is another conclusion. It is advised that KMB looks into reviewing its personnel and other operating expenses. That's recommendation. Olatubosun, do you get or is it Olatubosun that I was talking about recommendation then, or Koyemi? I think it was even Rashid. I think either of you guys. Do you get the recommendations now? The recommendations parts and the conclusion parts?
Yes. Yes, I get it.
So this is conclusion and recommendation based on the ratio that you have calculated. This is different from the main conclusion and recommendation that you still do later. We can still go further. Even with the increasing operating cost KMB is currently incurring, it can be deduced from its plan to enter the untapped Nigerian market that KMB will recover if it leverages the new CBN policy to enter the market and thus boost its revenue and improve its financial health over time. This is another approach. This is another approach. So technically, this is ratio commentary. You can't just run ratio commentary and say this is ratio commentary and you are good. You have to leverage the information. I mean, this particular diet that we use doesn't have too much information for us to dissect. But what we will do is, because of time, so that we can wrap it up. I mean, we are closing to wrapping it up already. What we do here is the ratio commentary now is this guy. Now that we are done planning, let's say we are done planning, then how do we do our report? We quickly say, okay, let's follow a shell, like what the other lady, what Rashid has mentioned before now. So I'll open my main report area, and this is how to attack the case study itself. We call it mass attack, mass defense. You do shell like Rashid has said, which is this guy. So this is typically a shell. Let me give you this shell. So this shell, what's this? Oh no. Let me complete this. Let me just cut it shy. So now let's come to the shell. So this is typically a shell. So this shell here, so this is a shell. You see this shell? How are you creating your shell? That's what we want to do now briefly. You say you have your letterhead, ABC Limited, ABC Limited, or Travex Limited, Travex Hotels. Then you have your table of contents. All these ones are things that are like consistent. They are consistent. So you don't need to stress yourself. Just write your table of contents. Now you see the way we'll be playing between table of contents and the what's it called? Write your table of contents out, executive summary, and all of those things. Then when you are done, this is just one page. So instead of doing an entire cover page, you can use a letterhead approach. Letterhead and cover page will still cover. But if you want to do a cover letter too, you can do a cover letter. I mean, that one is done here. That one is done here for our use. This is a typical cover letter template. I think they've shared this thing with us before now. So this is a typical cover letter template. Cover page, writing cover page, your address, then report on prepared by dates, and then you can put a disclaimer here. Disclaimer can be put anywhere. Is either you put it on the cover letter page or you put it towards the end of your report to put disclaimer. This can be put anywhere. Either here, this report is for the intended use of the XYZ, and that's all. Or you put it at the back after your report. Anyway, so this is what a cover letter typically looks like. Cover page, Babatunde and Co. Report on prepared by date, and you're good. Now, moving on here, we come to, this is our own. So we come to here, Travex Hotels. Then we say table of content. Then executive summary. You can have the headings, executive summary. You leave a page for your executive summary. Executive summary can be written in different styles. Some people will say, but you need to have first completed all your calculations before you write executive summary. We say no. You don't necessarily need to have completed everything before you write executive summary. Executive summary is meant to give insight into the report. And there are ways you can do that to ensure that you still have insight into the report. And how do you do that? You say, this report contains, then you use, this report contains, then you use the requirements in the unseen part of the case study based on the outlines in the planning area. My people, do we understand what I'm saying here? Hello?
Yes, sir.
So from here, you can easily infuse everything from here, from the planning area. These are the different requirements from the planning area. You are now going to infuse it here to say Travex detailed financial review for a particular period, showing his financial health, trend, profitability trend, and operational efficiency. And then how did you analyze those ones? You will now say you have analyzed them we have analyzed them using A, B. You name all the liquidity ratio, profitability ratio. You can name all the ratios that you used. You can first say we have analyzed them using gross profit margin, ROCE, net profit margin to assess the profitability trend of Travex hotels. Where did I get this profitability trend from? Who remember? Hello?
From the other case we looked at.
Exactly. From the requirement of the other case. That's where I got the profitability trend from. So you have to use, there is something we call mirroring when it comes to report writing. You have to mirror what they have asked you. The words that they use, the languages that they've used to ask you those things. You have to mirror it. So you are telling them that I've addressed what you require of me. So that way, then we can then continue. We also use SWOT analysis as external environmental factors, using SWOT analysis and environmental analytical tools. Furthermore, we concluded, then you come and say, if one of you concluded, we commented on the post-merger income statement forecast. Furthermore, we gave our comments on the post-merger financial income statements forecasts. You can then say concluding that, you can put it there. Concluding that, you can put it there. So you can leave a page just for the heading. When you write the executive summary like this, you leave a page, you move on. Then you come to introduction and terms of reference. Half a page we take both of them. And what are you doing in your introduction? Just come here. Just come here. In the where is the other one that we did? Just come here because you are introducing the case study on scene. Just come here. What's the name of the company that has reached out to you? All this side will help you with your introduction. They have reached out to you. So we have the introduction here for the what's it called that you need to do in the introduction, which is that you just want to go, we refer to the email received by us. So all of these ones are like what Rashid has said. They are template based. So you don't even need to stress yourself. We refer to the email received by us showing the request of the board of director of Travex Limited, and then you state the key requirements again based on what they have asked. Then you can state other objective, and then you are good. The methodology and procedure. State specific tools used for each. We have leveraged ABC to do XYZ. So SWOT analysis for strategic business analysis, trend and financial ratios for financial analysis. If you do any benchmark, a page will contain both of them. These ones are not no-brainers in terms of a page will contain both of them. These are just report style, and you notice that they didn't comment on this one in the first place. Now to the most important place. This is the most important place in this whole case study, because everything that they've said here, assimilating and using information, structuring problems and solutions, applying judgment, drawing conclusions and making recommendation, demonstrate everything that they've said here. This is where they want to see it. This is what they want to see it. Findings and observation. You can start very simple, and now you will see what I have done here. From our findings and observations, we are able to discover the following. You use heading. So based on the other one that we did, we are able to discover the following. Evaluation of financial strength. We now say we are able to discover the following. We now come here. Evaluation of Travex hotel financial strength. Then you leave a little bit space. just to run the commentary. To evaluate, we have different options. To evaluate Traverse financial strength, we have analyzed its 3 years audited financial statement between and leveraged certain profitability, efficiency, and gearing ratios to analyze. Now, in this case, the other one that we did, we are going to use the ones that we have said. And I've told us how to conclude on these ones, on the ratios that we want to calculate, based on the requirements. From the requirement, they will have given us insights. And somebody made a comment that if everything is looking good, is it likely that they are going to give us industry average? Yes. If they are going to give you industry average, you don't need to stress yourself on the ratios you want to calculate again. Just pick the industry average ratios. That is what you are going to be calculating. And that is what you are going to be running your commentary on. And the next thing is to be able to say, those are the ones that you've run your commentary on. All of these things are simple. It's just like you are telling a story. You have already, because you have built your planning area, now you want to comment on financial strength. You have put the heading, evaluation of financial strength. Yes, they will share these things. Evaluation of financial strength. Then you go to evaluate the company's financial strength. It's more or less like you are talking to somebody. To do this, we have done this, we have done this, we have done this, we have done this. And you move on from there. And guess what? It will be easy to do because you have a planning area. When you are done with that, because it's financial strength, you can now say profitability ratio. See, this is return on capital employed. Spicy rose in 2022 stood at 64% when compared with 2021, where it reported 59%. This indicates this thing here from year to year is what? What did I call from year to year? My people, what did I say from year to year is? I've told us before. When we are calculating ratios, what do I say we need to do? How do we comment on ratios?
Results.
Exactly. Thank you. This is the results. People, let's pay attention. Again, I've put it here and it will be shared with us. When you are commenting on ratio commentary. Let me. When you are commenting on ratio, right? Let me just enter it down. When you are running commentary on ratio, what is the result? Yes, the 8 boxes. We are already dealing with the 8 boxes already. We are already dealing with the 8 boxes. In fact, we have even touched on it. But I love this. Almost every diet, somebody used to mention the 8 boxes. But we are already touching on it already. I will retouch on it. But we are already touching on it. I will see that we've touched on it. What is the result? And remember, asking and using information. We are already doing that with this ratio commentary because these are where it is important. So what is the result? So from here, what is the result here? The result is this guy. From year to year, because you are simply stating the result here. Now, what caused the result? This indicates an 8.5% increase in the rows, and this can be attributed to the growing popularity of e-business. Now, if you go back to this particular diet, this is somewhere. This is where somewhere in the what's it called? In the case study. And that is part of the things that we have written down. Because as soon as you want to run commentary, right? You are noting the things that will help your commentary. Like we noted here. Let me bring us here. This is not it. This is not it. Let me bring us back here. So, where is that place? So this place. You are going to note this one because you want to run commentary on rows. You know that this is impacting revenue. You have to notice. If it is impacting capital employed, you have to note it. So, and you know how to note already. Leveraging your planning area. Leveraging your planning area. That is where you note everything you want to note. At the back of your answer booklet. Moving on here, we've said the next thing is from here, you can easily now say after you have lived, so finding and observations, 5 to 8 pages. you can leave your spaces there. The way to now fill your planning and finding an observation is through this one. So I will refill the ones down there. It's true here. So you see this one, they say appropriate share of capital, appropriate share of exchange ratio. It's so maybe after you have left space for your evaluation of that you want to use to run commentary, we have now said that, see, hold on, before I go there, this is option 2. But before I go to those options, we are going to say commentary on share exchange ratio. So that's another one. Comment on share exchange ratio. You leave it there. Why am I having these headings? So that I don't forget. So that you don't get carried away. Time is very, very key. And this is the only way to plan efficiently. So anytime I'm checking my book again, I'm seeing the space. So, I mean, when you are done running commentary, this has become very popular and has enabled. So this is another way of running commentary. Then these are the different ratios that you can calculate: gross profit margin ratio, current ratio, efficiency ratio, and all of those things. Option 2, you can say the management account of ABC Limited between these have been reviewed using gross margin profitability and a combination of the results of the financial ratios and SWOT analysis to examine the company's prospects. Then you go profitability ratios, return on capital employed. Then when you are done with, in this case, every evidence that we are going to have, in this case, for example, every evidence we are going to have is just very simple. We are going to have these evidence. These are the evidence we are going to have. So we are just going to say these are the evidence. We are going to have these evidence. So we are going to now say from these evidence where we are evaluating the financial strength, we can say to evaluate Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Travex. Time out. Okay, it's almost time. We are going to wrap up now. To evaluate Travex hotels financial strength, we have considered using the following ratios. Then you start liquidity. Then you run commentary on the liquidity. If you want to do liquidity, you can just use liquidity and without necessarily explaining, you do current. Under liquidity, you do current. Then you do quick. You do quick, you do current. You explain. You know the meaning of both of them. So you just do those ones, you move on. Then say trend profitability trend. So that you don't continue to repeat the same thing, you can go to examine the profitability trend of. See, you see that it's following the same sequence. You don't need to stress yourself. Fola Shade, please go ahead. To examine the profitability trend of Travex.
I can't see anything, but I've chatted with the admin. He said it will be sent to us when you are done.
Can you guys see my screen?
I can't see it.
Yeah,
It's been long. I've not. Okay, I can see now.
Yes, you can see your screen.
Is your network to examine the profitability trend of travel? Guys, can you see the way I'm using the word? I'm using mirroring. You are mirroring what they have asked you to do. They will write it in plain English, so there is no point. They will write it in plain English. Mirror them and let them know that you understand what they say you should do. To examine the profitability trend of Travex Hotel, we have used the following ratios. Then you go gross margin, you do gross margin, you do net profit margin, you do EPS, you do rows, and you are good. Go ahead, Hussein. Hussein, I need to go shortly. Go ahead, Hussein. We are wrapping up already anyway. Hussein.
Okay, sorry, I'm going to draw you back a bit because you seem to lost me at some point.
No problem.
So at that point where we're talking about discussion of findings and all, and I'm also going to talk about the computed ratios we did, or that place on its own is going to be based on the results of computer. And then the place we're talking about is evaluation of financial strengths. Findings and
That's
observations.
findings and observation.
And you know, based on the planning area and everything, we had one for where is it? Can we please go back to your place for finding planning area? Yeah. So we had a place for evaluation of financial strength. So that's what I'm talking about now.
It's already there now.
No, I'm coming. I've seen what I need. So my question is now the part of the part of where we are talking about findings and observations.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we talked about the ROCE and some other questions that are based on the results. So now I'm asking that the ones you are doing now, which is talking about the financial strengths that you are doing down there, is this part of the observation or is another thing entirely?
No, it's part of the findings and observation. It's part of everything.
Okay.
Everything are together. See, anything that is in the main body of your report is findings and observation. So everything that you have done in the planning area, they are meant to fit into the finding and observations of your reports. And I mean, some other places, like based on how you are able to use them, like the conclusion and summary. Yes, Benedict.
Okay, so it's actually like a related question though. This we put the two requirements under this planning area, and
yes,
for the body like under the body, are we still under the methodology? No.
Is it methodology of
under the finding and finding and observation? Are we still going to talk about the two requirements under that findings and observation?
So that's what we are doing already now. You know that the two requirements is not just two; they are now more. You know you are not going to do as if you are just sewing clothes. Even if you are sewing clothes, you have to be methodological about it, and that's why we are using heading approach. We are using heading approach or sub-heading approach. You know that they have given us in sentence what they want us to do. We have summarized it in our planning area to have different headings. So it is those headings we are now bringing into the findings and observations.
Okay. One more question. So this introduction and terms of reference, you say state the key requirements. So are we going to state like the two requirements under this?
Yes. You are just going to talk about the two requirements there. That's what this guys is saying. Yes.
Thank you.
Please, let's start asking our questions. And then let me bring the 8 boxes again. Let me bring the 8 boxes so that we can see the 8 boxes. But before we go to the 8 boxes, let me be clear again. I'll do a summary because time has gone. I'll do a quick summary as well. Then the option 2, you have different options. So where we are here is profitability trend. See, we have brought in our profitability trend. Why are we bringing all of this heading one by one? Because it is part of the requirements. That is why we're bringing them outside one by one. They are part of then they ask for operational efficiency. Then because they ask for operational efficiency, we are bringing it down one by one as well. So we now said to examine the operational efficiency of the business, we have used the following ratios. Does it make sense, guys? Rashid, go ahead.
This option that I'm seeing, I'm trying to. What do you imply by that? I'm seeing option 1, option.
No, now that one is just. This option 1 is saying that. This option 1 is saying if you want to come in this way, to say to evaluate Spice's financial performance, or let me change it to Travex's financial performance. We have analyzed a 3 years audited financial statement between this period and this period. This is one option. You can go this route, or you say the management account of Travex hotels between 2018 and 2019 have been reviewed using XYZ, and a combination of the result of the financial ratios and SWOT analysis to examine the company's prospects. Then you continue. This is just like introductory to saying that we have done this work. Now come and see the work. So you can use any of the option to do that first introductory.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yeah. So now, guys, are we seeing what I'm saying here? Now you have done the operational efficiency. You can go to comment on the operational efficiency of Travex hotels. We have considered the following relevant ratios or efficiency ratios. Then you start using them and then you move on. Then you can come back to your my battery is getting low. This is not good. I'm coming. Then you can come back to your benefit of, you can come back to this benefit of merging. You can come and carry this out if you have not done so before. That is still going to be under your appendices. Then you come here and say benefit of merging. We have examined the benefits to accrue from merging with Travex and AAA, and discover the following. Then you start listing out the benefit of merging based on what you say. When you use this is report writing approach. So you're not just writing, you're just writing, and then you don't have clarity and you don't have directions. Yes, I hope you are getting my point. Is this simplified enough or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I hope it is simplified enough.
Yes, sir.
Like, you need that simplicity. That simplification will help you. You are building. So, I mean, all of these places, there are spaces that you have left. So you have left these spaces like 5 to 8 pages. Then you come to your conclusion and recommendation, 1 page. Then look at your conclusion. Very simple. Having carried out an extensive analysis on Travex, hotels, financial health, we have concluded the following. Using your findings from ratios, so you have to use your findings from ratios, another part of the requirement to conclude. Like overall conclusion. Then overall, or my net. So please, I think you probably might need to give me a few minutes to quickly connect to light. I'm 9%. But overall, or by the time you are done, you can just go without overall. We recommend that now make recommendation based on the main 2 requirements. Based on the main 2 as highlights of the 2 requirements. Based on the main highlights of the 2 requirements. So what are the highlights? You have to make recommendation based on the main 2 highlights. Proceed or don't proceed. You have to come and say it here again. And you are done. Then you can do a disclaimer here. If you want to do a disclaimer here. This report has been prepared based on the available information, and it is only for the purpose of Travex hotels. You can do it here or you do it on the cover page. Then appendices. So this was a planning area that we used in the past. So this is another planning area. So look at it. A planning area can be like this. Comments on company's financial performance. You have to use financial analysis. Ratio. These are the ratios you can use. Liquidity ratios. Then you see that it is still the same approach. Evaluate business proposal. They are likely to ask you people to evaluate business proposal. If they ask you people to evaluate business proposal, see, when they say evaluate business proposal, you should add 1 or 2 things together. When evaluating business proposal, 2 things are the most important thing: inflow and outflow. Just focus on that. Leave every other technicalities. What is the expected income? What is the expected outflow? What is the net? You can use that one to make your commentary if you are not so strong on all these complex calculations. Right? Are we making sense? Then you can do the strengths. From the strengths, you can easily say maybe there's a goodwill, what page is it, there's high quality product. I mean, see, to be honest with you people, this your particular case study, you should expect to see more information from the unseen than the present actually has. And when you now see that information, the next thing is to do what? Go to your planning area. Let's plan. When you draw out the requirements out from your planning area, draw it out, split, don't merge plenty requirements together. Call everything out so that you can be seeing everything like this, and you can know that you are working on them or you have not worked on them. And before you go and start writing, you have to have include something here. You have to have pick the information that you want to use in your writing and name out the pages that they are. So that by the time you are done with naming all of those things, then you can go ahead and start writing. And then when I say writing, I mean you can start writing the mass attack, mass defense, preparing your report, write your introduction, write your cover letter. When you're done writing all those ones that are like you have left your spaces, you have do your headings, then you can go to your appendices, start calculating your ratios. Don't calculate more than 8 ratios, please. 8 is even much. Don't calculate more than 8 ratios. Be selective in your ratios. Thank you. Ade Diwura, please go ahead. I need to go and find.
Okay, sir. So my question is, if you are given like 4 to 5 years financial statements, so if you want to comment on those ratios computed, are we going to comment on the most recent one or for the whole year?
The first answer: don't compute 4 to 5 year ratios. Compute just 3 years. Don't compute ratios for more than 3 years. Okay. That's one. Don't compute ratios for more than 3 years. 2, compute comments based on the relevancy of what you are seeing. But you have to use the most recent years to first start your commentary. When you use the most recent year to start your commentary, you now relate it to the second year. You compare the most recent year to the second year. If the third year now has anything at all, any impact at all on the financials, then that is when you now say, okay, for example, let's say 2019 was bad, right? 2018 was good, 2017 was good, but between 2018 and 2019, between 2017 and 2018, 2018 was better than let's say 2017 was better than 2018, right? And then 2018 and 2019, 2019 was a bit better than 2018. When you want to comment in such a way that you are saying that, you want to comment in such a way that you are saying that, look here, if whatever you are doing here, you are saying, between 2018 and 2019, this is what has happened. However, if you compare it with 2017, you will see that the company has even improved. I hope that makes sense. You will see that the company has even improved. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Exactly what we need. So, any other question, guys? Because we are wrapping up already.
Yes, sir. I want to ask a question for clarification. Do we need to bring in the short history of the Travis?
No, we are not bringing
into the executive summary or in the other. So we are not going to talk about it at all.
No, you don't need to talk about those ones. No, you don't need to talk about those ones. Unless if during your introduction, you don't even need all of those ones. But if during your introduction, you feel like you can write and there is a need for you to, please do so. But you don't necessarily need to do all of those ones. Go ahead, Angela. Your hand is okay.
I'm done,
Go ahead.
sir.
Okay, I thought your hand is still
I'm done, sir.
But we don't need to talk about those ones here. We don't need to talk about those ones. In terms of history of the company, I mean, you are just wasting time, most likely. Because though in real life, if you want to talk, you can talk about the business. Like, oh, okay, oh, your company has reached out to us, right? Which is ABC Limited, that is into XYZ, or a subsidiary of ABC. Then you are done. Then you are now starting to write about the history of the company. Maybe if you want to write 1 line or 2 lines, that's fine. We understand that your company has been in existence for, but to now start writing long pages history, you are not, that's not required from you. Okay, our auditor, do you think we have been able to cover all of these things from what we've done so far?
Yes, sir.
And now let me now relate it to these 8 boxes that some people are used to. Where is the other one? Let me show you the 8 boxes. So this is typically what they call the Ican 8 boxes. So this is the 8 boxes. Yes, this is the 8 boxes. See, the 8 boxes is also a reflection of the requirements. Use data and information appropriately. You see that it's also the same thing as this one. Where is the person that asked about the 8 boxes? So are you still on the call? Is the person still on the call? Oh, I can't tell again.
But I think the recording will get to her.
Okay, the recording will get to the person. Okay, that's fine. So when they said the 8
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Okay. So now please pay attention to these 8 boxes. So when they say the 8 boxes, use data and information appropriately. It's the same thing as using and assimilating information. And if you come to what we have done, using and assimilating information is what we did here, where we listed out the ratios that we want to compute, and where we say that for the benefit we are likely to get, this is what we need to get, right? And also what we use to run the commentary here is using and assimilating information. This significant increase in Travex, even though it is observed that the company's revenue grew by this period under review, the company's personnel and other operating expenses simultaneously grew. This is you using and assimilating information, right? So the next one is saying you have used and assimilated information. See what they did here. Use information on Exhibit 8. Summarize 3-year financial statement for the ratios. Use information on Exhibit 7 to explain the benefits of the merger for both companies. Can you guys see what they are doing here? You see that it's the same thing. Olatubosun, remember you said why are we repeating information? You see that it's the same thing, and I've never looked at this thing before, and it's the same thing we are doing as well, where we say come to page 172. That's the 8 boxes that they are talking about. Then use information on Exhibit 3, Dudley Cement, summarize financial statement to determine the share exchange ratio. You see that we cut out the important things. Then they say use professional tools and knowledge. You see the ratios, that's professional tools and knowledge. Have we spoken about ratios or not? We have. Then they said, those are all the number of receivable days, number of payable days, but you cannot calculate as much as they will be putting here. Then use analytical skills. Determine trend in Caster's financial strength. We have done that. Determine the share exchange. We've spoken about that. Determine the cement profitability. We've spoken about that. Determine trend in Caster's management operational efficiency. We've spoken about that. Then they said, identify issues and options. Debt to equity has reduced drastically. So those are the things that we have also spoken about, which relates to structuring problems and solution, applying judgment, drawing conclusion. Because at the end of the day, apply professional skepticism and ethics. Recognize that merger is with the merger deadly turning the industry into oligopoly. Recognize that deadly may kill competition in the industry. You see, all of these things are also things that is here in terms of when you are, we've spoken about them when it comes to speaking about ethics, right? So then they said conclusions. before conclusions, evaluate skills and judgment is still the same thing as what we have said. Recognize that revenue has been growing steadily from year to year. We have said so. Recognize that the company returns on capital, those ones are from up. And these ones, you find them in the summary of findings and observations. Your findings and observations, that's where you
Hi, Kudus, we can't hear you.
Can't hear you again.
Yeah, my network. Can you guys hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now,
Yes.
conclusion and recommendation. Recommend that Casters Cement should introduce some debt capital into finance. You see all these ones, you will have gotten your own marks from way back because you will have included them in your ratios and not necessarily separating them as a recommendation on its entirety. So, you are done. So this is requirement 2 is the same thing. We have concluded everything in the what's it called based on the planning area. You have seen everything. Appendices, show your calculations, your report structure, sufficient appropriate headings. Here you see appropriate use of paragraph and sentences, legible and correctly numbered pages. So you can number your pages as well. Appendices, how to style, relevant disclaimer. You have to put disclaimer. Suitable language for the board. Remember I said something about mirroring. You have to use what they have given you so that it can make sense. Tactful ethical comments. I think we are good here. Any other question before we call it a day? Question. So, if there is any summary I would like to do, I would say, look here. The best approach to solving your case study or passing your case study exam is planning. You have to plan. Even if it is 1 hour 30 minutes, please spend it planning. And how do you plan again, right? Number one thing is go through the hold on, I need to quickly do something. Let me copy this guy and then I need to quickly put it in my email, sorry, so that in the event that my system goes off, I'm still able to continue. Just give me a sec, please. Compose. So yeah. So again, when you are planning, I'm saying that the best way to plan is read through your unseen. Okay, Abidin, go ahead, but make it brief so that we can conclude.
Oh, okay, sir.
Go ahead.
My question is, this ratio commentary now, is it going to come under findings and
everything from your planning areas are going to planning and findings and observations? Everything. Because that is where the main work is.
Yeah, because you still made mention of two options like that.
That option is everything is still under findings and observation. I've clarified the option. That the option is, if you want to go, this is finding and observation, right? This is the heading.
Yes.
This is the heading.
Yes.
And then we say
Yes.
from our findings, we look at the way it is. Then you now say evaluation of Travex. Are you just going to go ahead and start commenting on ratio? At least show some level of introduction. So this introduction is the option 1, to introduce what you want to do. Option 1, we have to evaluate this thing. This is what we have done. Option 2, we can say the management account of Travex has been evaluated. So that one is just choosing how to start between we have done this or this has been done. It's still the same. Yes, Angela, before Rashid. Angela, please.
Sir, thank you for the efforts. I want to ask a question.
Please go ahead.
Do we need to segregate it based on the requirement 1, requirement 2?
No,
When we
you
are
just need,
putting,
you don't need to
like, do we
segregate
need to segregate requirement 1 and requirement 2 separately, or just the heading?
That is what we have done when
Okay,
we
just
are
be putting the headings
exactly.
based
That is
on
what
our
you know
plan.
that when we are planning, you know that when we are planning, you know that our planning was requirement 1 and 2. Is that not what our planning was
Yes.
based on? So you just need to be putting the heading. You don't need
Yes.
to talk about requirement 1 and 2
Okay.
again. Because this is a report.
Okay,
You are
sir.
not going to say requirement 1, requirement 2 in your report. You are just going to be putting the heading.
Thank you, sir.
Because now you are writing the report. Yes, Rashid.
Okay, yes, sir. Is the planning area being awarded? I'm just asking.
No, now that's why you are doing it at the back of your answer booklet. It's for your own use
Okay.
now. That's what you pass.
Okay. So I just want to ask this. I don't know if it's can it be done at the front with pencil, since pencil will not be marked.
I mean, if you want to do it at the front, it's fine as well. But remember that it is from the front you want to start your answer from. So, and you know that you have said you are going to prepare a framework. That your shell. You still want to
No, I'm thinking of continuing from the second page. Since it should be in pencil.
So you are saying you want an examiner to open your first page and see empty space and thought you have not done anything. But I mean, if you want to delay your cover,
the pencil will be there. I might not clean the pencil off, but it will be marked. They will just move to the next page.
Brother, I probably will not. I don't know. I'm not part of the examining team, so I cannot advise you on that one, please.
All right. Okay. No problem, sir. Thank you.
At the back of the answer booklet, it is very easy.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. All
Don't
right, sir.
cause unnecessary drama for Ican. Thank you.
All right.
Angela.
Sir.
Please go ahead.
No, I didn't raise my hand.
Oh, okay. I thought you raised your hand. Okay. Any other question before we call it a day? I was trying to re-explain the planning again. So for planning again, you have collected your answer booklet. The idea is very simple, right? You have read the present. Go to the unseen. Locate your question. I mean, that will be like the first or second thing that you are going. I mean, that's the first exhibit. Then, when you split it into your planning area, call everything out one by one. Don't lump things together. See the way I called them out here. I could have lumped them together, but I want to add insight into everything I have to do, so that by the time I'm doing one and I'm feeling like I don't know how to go again, I go to the next one. At least I will not lose mark like I will typically lose like every other person that doesn't know what next to do. I will always know what next to do because I've listed everything out. So your planning area is technically telling you that, look at requirement 1. If they say prepare the financial forecast, and you have to list out prepare financial forecast and evaluate financial forecast, you have to write out evaluate financial forecast, because they are two different things. So don't lump them together as one, so that when you are stuck in one, you can go to the other. And that is mass attack, mass defense. When you are done with, when you have your planning area listed, mapped out, you are reading. As you are now reading, the next thing is to be going to your planning area. You have listed out all the requirements. Now, as you are reading again, be identifying things that relate to your individual things that you are working on, and be jotting down the pages that you have seen them in front of those things that they will be relevant to. It's the same thing that these guys did here. It's the same thing. Look at what they did here. See, they were using exhibits. But you don't want to be in the exam or be looking for exhibits all up and down. Write the page out. So you just look for the page. And you see that it's the same thing that they did here. Using information. And they did it for requirement 1. They did it for requirement 2. Using information. You have to use those information. Otherwise, there is no way. There is just no way. And then the next thing is that when you now want to write your report, create your shell. Starting from your cover letter, your table of contents, your executive summary, your introduction, create your shell. When you create your shell, which is this guy, this is your shell. When you create your shell, be leaving your spaces. Executive summary, write the heading, leave your one page. The next thing, introduction and time of reference, methodology and procedure, leave one page, leave one page. Then the next thing, findings and observation, leave 5 to 8 pages depending on how much you want to write. Then the next thing, conclusion and recommendation, one page, you do that one. Then go to the back of your answer booklet to now start mapping things out. Those different emails they write to you in F was my problem, and how to integrate them to the requirement. You don't need to integrate any emails to your requirements now. There is only one email that carries the requirements. That's like the email from your manager. That's the only one that carries the requirement, and that's the only thing that you need. Every other emails, they are just, the content is what you need. The content is what you need from them. All those different exhibits, now you'll be able to use them because you will have drawn out the requirements and have them in your planning area. So different exhibits will be speaking to different part of the requirements, and you will know how to use them. My people, I think it's almost 7. In fact, it's not almost 7. It's 7:04 already. Thank you very much, people. I hope this has been a productive one for us. And in terms of our confidence level, how are we going to rate our confidence level? Yeah, please go ahead. Make it brief, please. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I just wanted to say thank you for the time, and we hope we are going to make ourselves and everybody proud.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. So how is our confidence level now, my people? How is the confidence level? Let me save this guy, so we are going to send it to you. My people, you are not saying anything about your confidence level. Is it that we are not confident enough still? Let's use the chat box.
Good evening. Good evening, sir. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your
Good
time.
evening.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time and effort. So I would say that initially my confidence level was, let me just put it at 0 initially, but now I can say I'm on 75%. Because you're able to break everything down. Because just like what you've said, and one of the things that I noticed based on this is due to the fact that overload, like information overload, there are some informations that you are trying to integrate into your report, which you are not even meant to even integrate. Just focus on. So I think the best thing is so far so good. You've actually break everything down. Like there's no, even if we have not seen the thing, at least based on this planning area and everything, is going to guide us, is going to prepare us for any let me just put it like uncertainty or anything that, so one is not going to be worried about, okay, this is no, at least once we report it, so I don't think there should be any issue. So thank you so much. I'm really grateful. All right, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Benedict, for the part where you are asking, are we going to add a conclusion and recommendation in the executive summary? Not necessarily, but yes, if you have anything that you have concluded on, we can add them, because we are already doing so based on what I said here. You remember when I was writing the executive summary here, I was saying that we have also used gross margin. So you're already telling them what you have done. And then from there, we also discovered that if you want to put that, you can also, and then discovering that is conclusive. You are already concluding that this is what is happening. So yes, you can do that as well, right? Depending on how time permits. But to save yourself time and still get some marks, you can start with something like this. And by the time you are done and you are comfortable, and again, when you are working on a part and you are getting stuck, leave that part. Go and choose another part that you are not getting stuck on. And that is why we said leave 5 to 8 pages for your findings and observation. Then be using the heading method. Headings will always help you. Many people don't use headings. They just write. And then when they are stuck, they don't know where to go to next. But when you have used headings, when you are stuck in somewhere, you are able to go elsewhere. And that is it. I'm wishing you guys the very best. Thank you very much, people, for having me. Sean, I think it's over to you now. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Kudus, for this wonderful session. So we'll be expecting the document to be shared. While we work on the video to be ready tonight, so everyone can go and digest and read. And if we have other questions, we can always drop it on the group chat. Our tutor is very much available to attend to our questions, and we can also provide insight to any other questions that will be asked on the group chat. So thank you everyone for your time. It's nice having us this evening once again.